is open and closed. You're able to raise your virtual hand on the icon on your screen. If you are on telephone this evening, you can push *6 to mute and unmute your hand, or *9 to raise and unraise yourself. Otherwise, the computers, tablets, and iPhones all have a feature that you can press to raise your hand. You'll be given 3 minutes for each commenter, and there will be on the screen. And also, we did receive some public comment, and this evening posted it on the web, and commissioners have received all of it this afternoon from our staff. I thank you for your patience during our continued remote meeting, and we'll now hand it over to Chair Reddick to officially begin this evening's meeting.
Thank you, Bridget. It's my pleasure to open this December 14th, 2021 meeting of the City of Half Moon Bay's Planning Commission. I invite you to start off with me by doing the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Bridget, would you be so kind as to call the roll?
Yes. Commissioner Hernandez?
I am present.
Commissioner Gorin?
Here.
Commissioner Benjamin?
Here.
Vice Chair Polgar?
Here.
And Chair Reddick?
I am here.
All 5 commissioners are present this evening.
Thank you. That takes us to the first item on tonight's agenda, which is consideration of the minutes of our last meeting, which was, is that right, October 26th?
Yeah, we had a joint session in November and then one cancellation, so it's been a while since we've seen each other.
Of course. Commissioner Benjamin.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Polgar.
And seconded, Commissioner Hernandez?
Aye.
Commissioner Gorin?
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin?
Aye.
Vice Chair Polgar?
Yes.
And Chair Reddick?
Yes.
Minutes approved.
Thank you. This brings us to the point at the start of every Planning Commission meeting where we invite members of the public who are in attendance to address the Commission on any topics other than those which follow later on tonight's agenda. Commissioner Polgar, Vice Chair Polgar.
I'm sorry. I'm a little confused. I realized that I didn't. So did we just approve the 26th?
Yes.
Okay. I think Commissioner Benjamin wasn't present. I'm sorry. I just noticed that as I was scrolling through.
I was at the joint meeting with the City Council.
Yeah, you were.
The date wrong.
Yes, I believe you were.
I'm sorry. Did we? I apologize. I may have misheard. I thought we just approved the minutes for October 26th. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, and it's because of the joint session with City Council. It's not in our purview to approve those, but you raise an interesting question, Commissioner Benjamin's attendance.
Through the chair, I apologize. When I heard it was the joint meeting with the City Council, I checked my box that I was there and the minutes seemed reasonable. If it was a subsequent meeting, that I beg the commission to reconsider the item.
It wasn't the joint study session that we approved. It was.
I move that we reconsider those minutes so that I have the opportunity to recuse myself. I apologize.
I can put you abstained.
Very good. Thank you, Vice Chair Polgar. I guess we would welcome a new motion to approve.
I'll move that we approve the October 26th minutes.
Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gorn,
Yep.
Commissioner Benjamin abstains,
I abstain. With thanks, Vice Chair Polgar.
and then Vice Chair Polgar
Yes.
and Chair Reddick.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Very good. Very good. We straightened that out.
Sorry about that. Too many meetings. It's been too long.
That's all right. As I began to say, at this point in our agenda, we welcome comment to the commission from members of the public who are in attendance on any topic they would like to talk about other than the topics that come later on tonight's agenda. But if you have such a comment you'd like to make, please do raise your virtual hand.
I'm seeing none, Commissioner or Chair Reddick.
I'm seeing none, so we will not open public hearing at this point. Instead, we'll go to public hearing items that follow. This first one, that I believe, is it correct, members of staff, that you're going to ask us for to delay this one, to continue this one?
Yes.
This is an application for expanded cell tower at site of existing wireless telecommunications facility that staff requests be continued to a date certain of January 11th, 2022.
I have a couple of comments just for clarity. Not to open it up to wide open discussion or anything.
Sure.
I'm Doug Garrison, the planner for this project, and there are a lot of cell tower projects kind of swirling around. I just want to make sure that we understand which one's which. This one is on Kelly Avenue, not at the high school. Two different applicants, although they're both related to AT&T. The Kelly Avenue applicant is a company called Castle Rock. They go around and independently develop cell towers, and then they lease out space on the tower for the antennas. The high school application is a different applicant, J5 Infrastructure Partners. They work directly with AT&T a little more closely in getting entitlements for AT&T towers. So just want to make sure we're dealing with different applicants. And just frankly, the applicant for 525 Kelly was ready to go. This was really on me, and that I had a little bit of a medical setback, and getting 3 projects to the hearing tonight was a bridge too far, and they graciously said that's fine, just continue it to January. So that's all I want to clarify on this one.
You're muted, Commissioner or Chair Reddick.
Thank you for Doug. That's good context. If commissioners are in support of continuing this to January 11th, I'd welcome a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorn.
Yep.
Commissioner Benjamin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Polgar,
Yes.
and Chair Reddick.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Next item on our agenda is the city's application for a coastal development permit for the Poplar Street traffic calming and safety project. And I know that Winter King from the city's attorney's office would like to discuss with us the circumstances surrounding this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Reddick, and good evening, Planning Commissioners. It's my understanding that we will have 3 Planning Commissioners with a stated conflict of interest on this matter. And so at this point, I would just invite those commissioners to identify themselves and briefly state their conflict and reason for recusal.
Fine. I'd be happy to lead off. My primary residence is on Railroad Avenue, about a half a block north of the intersection of Poplar Street and Railroad. So it is considerably closer to the project than the 500-foot limit. And as I understand it, that in this case have to make a fair assumption of possible conflict. So I will recuse myself from this item.
And I have a residence on Poplar Street and a street improvement agreement with the city requiring us to cooperate in city improvements along Poplar. So obviously, I also have a conflict as well.
And I live smack dab in the middle of Poplar Street. I'm within 500 feet of the proposed project. It's actually right outside my front door. And I also have entered into an agreement with the city to make improvements and to cooperate with improvements for in the future.
Thank you. So since we need 3 commissioners to have a quorum in order to make a decision on this agenda item, the FPPC regulations, in particular, section 18705, state that if there's no alternative way of achieving a quorum due to commissioners having conflicts of interest, then we can randomly select one of our 3 conflicted commissioners to participate in this agenda item. So I believe Bridget has the Commissioner Hernandez, Chair Ruddock, and Vice Chair Polgar's names on paper, and we'll put them in a hat or bucket or, oh, you even have a hat.
A hat, yes.
And pick out the lucky winner who gets to participate on this agenda item.
Okay, so I'm just folding them in half, empty. I've got 3 names here in the hat. It's like Commissioner Polgar.
All right. Thank you, Bridget.
Mm-hmm.
So the regulations require us to follow a certain procedure now that Vice Chair Polgar, and I see you're listed as Commissioner Polgar on your Zoom name there. I don't know. I think I'm properly correcting that to Vice Chair. So the regulations state that first, Vice Chair Polgar needs to state with particularity what the nature of her economic interest. I think you just did that. So I'm not sure we need to repeat it, but maybe just restate it just for the record since we're following the order. That would be great.
Sure. I own a residence on Poplar Street, so it's within the 500 feet of the project, and have entered into a street improvement agreement with the city to cooperate on the future street improvements along Poplar. So that's the conflict.
All right. Thank you. The regulations then require us to state a summary description of the circumstances under which a conflict may arise. And I think here with the location of the residence and the street improvement agreement, the conflict could arise in the discussion if, the discussion is deciding on whether to propose modifications to the project that could either increase Vice Chair Polgar's property value or perhaps require her to cooperate with additional city improvements under the street improvement agreement. So that is the summary of the circumstances under which the conflict could arise. And then lastly, we need to state the legal basis for concluding that there's no alternative source of decision. And here, the Planning Commission is charged with approving or denying or modifying this coastal development permit. And we need a quorum in order to do that. And that requires 3 commissioners. And with 3 commissioners recused, that means we need 1 to make our quorum. So with that, I think we have complied with our obligations under the FPPC regulations. And Commissioner Hernandez and Chair Ruddick, since you need to recuse, you have a couple of options. You can log off entirely, or you can just shut off your camera and your mic for the duration of the agenda item.
I can message you if you'd like.
Through the chair. I just had a question through the chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hernandez, please.
It's my understanding that I am allowed to speak as a member of the public on this project, but only as it pertains to my real property, not the general public. Is that a correct understanding of the circumstances in which I may comment on this project?
And through the chair, yes, that is the narrow exception to the rule. So yes.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to mute and stop my camera.
And one last comment from me, since Chair Ruddick is recused, I think it would be appropriate for the remaining commissioners to decide on who will be chairing this agenda item.
Is it my understanding that Commissioner Benjamin, you would be willing to do it? Is that I since there wasn't clear on who would be the end up being drawn from the hat.
Through the chair, through the vice chair, I am happy to do that. I am equally comfortable with Commissioner Gorn taking the gavel for this item, but if you wish, I will be happy to do that, assuming that Commissioner Gorn also agrees.
I'd prefer Commissioner Benjamin to do it. Thanks.
Sounds good.
Okay. Consider the virtual gavel passed. Thank you very much for your trust. So from the virtual chair, Pro Temp, I believe the staff report for this item will be given by Brittany. Is that correct?
It is, yes. Let me.
Okay, take it away.
Okay. All right, can everybody see this okay? Great, okay. It's a bit bittersweet to say this will be my last staff presentation for you, but it is on a wonderful public project. So this is the Poplar Street Traffic Calming and Safety Project. We'll follow our standard agenda procedures. I'll give the staff presentation joined by our city engineer. Then we'll take Planning Commissioner clarifying questions before opening it up to public comment, and then Planning Commission discussion. So the Poplar Street Traffic Calming and Safety Project includes traffic calming measures, bicycle and pedestrian connectivity and safety improvements, street repairs, and drainage improvements along the entire Poplar Street public right-of-way between where Poplar Street intersects with Main Street on the east and Railroad Avenue on the west. And the permits requested include a coastal development permit and a tree removal permit for the 6 London plane trees that are east of Highway 1, circled in the blue area on the screen here by Main Street. And there will be no trees removed west of Highway 1, just these 6 trees east of Highway 1 by Main Street. Here's a photo of the 6 London plane trees to be removed. The purpose of removal is to accommodate the new sidewalk improvements to allow for connectivity of that design. And the project also includes approximately 30 new street trees. So the trees you can see here have been growing in a bit of a stunted condition and do not have significant canopies due to the overhead utilities. So these Approximately 30 replacement trees will provide an opportunity to select a species that's more suitable to this neighborhood setting, even under these utility lines, and more suitable to the green infrastructure goals of this project. And again, there is no tree removal west of Highway 1, just these shown in the image here. Our city engineer, Maziar Bozerginha, will now join us to go over the project components in a bit more detail, and then I will be back.
Thank you, Brittany. Hope everybody can hear me okay. Perfect. Again, I'm Maz Bozerginha, city engineer with Half Moon Bay. Been here for about 3 years, and happy to be here amongst you, our planning commission, as well as our public on this wonderful project. So I just wanted to touch a little bit about why we are here. So as part of the city's bicycle and pedestrian master plan process that started about 5 years ago, and when that was commencing, many community members requested improvements for access and safety for pedestrians and cyclists, and a lot of comments with regards to Poplar Street, given the connection between Main Street and the coastal trail and the Poplar Beach itself. And a lot of folks requested the improvements along these for access and safety, including our senior center, which are just on the end of Main Street at the terminus of this project, as well as a lot of comments from parents with school-age kids concerned about safety with regards to walking to school. And so with that, there was an opportunity before us to supplement some of the different street agreements that we have collected on this street over the course of the last few years, to supplement that with a grant funding, which we were able to attain for about 1.2 million from the state of California through the OBEG 2 grant program. And we wanted to do that to implement, to again, supplement and leverage some of the different street agreements that we have on this project currently, and wanted to really see how far we can really make this project come to fruition. The package before you tonight includes the full extent of our improvements that we'd like to accomplish. However, I do want to just mention that there is a funding shortfall between the grant funding and the different street improvements agreements that we have and the proposed full improvements. So we are going to be looking at phasing and or supplementing with general funds, and we'll be having a conversation with the city council on that as we move forward with this project. Next slide, please. So for here, I'm going to go through our three project segments as we were looking at the layout of the streets here. Each block has its own unique characteristics, and we took that approach when we were looking at the design to incorporate the existing features that we have and supplement what's existing out there. So we kind of identified three segments that we'll go through. The first is Railroad through 3rd Avenue, and there will be there's a little segment there that's even more unique to it. So we'll touch on that a little bit. But on this portion, each block, again, we have a unique type of features and a mix of the various improvements. As we walk through this, I'll kind of touch on that a little bit more. For the majority of this stretch, we're looking at DG on the south, a decomposed granite pathway on the south side, a 6-foot wide DG pathway. And that would be mostly on the south side with an AC berm, as well as landscaping and green infrastructure. And I use that term loosely. So when we look at landscaping areas, we're looking at supplementing our project with green infrastructure. So when we're showing landscaped areas, what we're really talking about is drought tolerant landscaping and shrubs that would supplement the water quality of the stormwater as it filters through with curb cuts and openings into these bioretention areas. So the landscaped areas are the goal of the project is to utilize those as our bioretention areas and incorporate that best we can. We do have a very, although our street right of way is 60 feet, there's a lot of existing infrastructure and trees And we're looking to really utilize the areas of landscaping to supplement our stormwater quality improvements. On a part of that, a part of the DG pathway on the south side, the one areas that we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. The one thing that we've incorporated in the specific areas of existing homes and where the driveways are existing, we are looking at incorporating concrete driveway pans. And the reason for that is specifically to the structural section of that segment. For repeated vehicular traffic on top of a DG pathway, there are a lot of concerns with ongoing maintenance and issues with rutting and changing of the grade. And so for that purpose, we wanted to incorporate something a little bit more sturdy, especially for the areas where vehicles will be accessing their properties. And so that was the rationale behind the incorporation of some of the concrete driveway pans. We're also looking to maintain our existing on-street parking. I know that we've had a lot of conversations about parking along Poplar Street, and as well as trying to maintain our existing amount of parking, we also do utilize parking as a traffic calming method. In that generally there will be vehicles parked in those areas, and with that, it actually does contribute to reduction of speeds through the corridor. There's been some studies and information that's been put together as part of the Complete Streets work that has been done over the last decade or so. And that's something that we are looking to utilize as part of our traffic calming measures. We are also looking at the Class 3 bike lanes throughout this. Actually, that would be throughout the entire corridor from Railroad to Main Street, given the constraints we have with the street width. And I think that was it on this one. Next slide, please. All right, this is the very unique section of this corridor, as everybody that's driven through here, and obviously the folks that live here know, these two wonderful mature cypress trees that are very close to the travel way of Poplar Street through this corridor. We are looking at maintaining those cypress trees and enhancing the improvements around them to ensure that the trees remain healthy and in good condition. And so in this segment, we're actually looking at doing DG pathways on both the north and south side in order to provide as much area for the tree roots as possible. And the one beauty of the locations of the trees are that we are going to use them as our traffic calming elements. So they will basically serve as our bulb outs into the travel way by maintaining the trees in their location. It narrows the roadway as it is existing. And so we're going to continue to use that as a traffic calming element, given that it's there, they're beautiful, and it does definitely keep with the characteristic of the roadway. Next slide, please. This last section on the west side from 3rd Avenue to Highway 1, this area has a lot of impervious surface already existing. I believe the majority of the north side of the street is paved out to the property lines, and there's existing concrete sidewalk, curb and gutter on the south side. With the impervious improvements already existing, we're looking at connecting. We'd hope to connect the existing sidewalk on the north side and make that continuous and maintain the existing sidewalk on the south as currently existing. Next slide, please. In the past, we've talked about the intersection of Highway 1 and Poplar Street. It's a very important intersection. There's a lot of vehicular and pedestrian bike movements through this area. And originally we were looking at temporary improvements to improve safety and accessibility through this corridor. And we were really coming up with some challenging constraints, especially with regards to funding and Caltrans oversight. And through the process, it actually was, we decided that it made the most sense to not directly have this as part of the coastal development permit for this project. And that came after some conversations with Caltrans. And I don't know if folks recall, but I want to say about a couple of months ago, there was a lot of folks along on Highway 1, Caltrans survey staff, and they are actually working on a large project for pedestrian and bike, major pedestrian bikes accessibility and safety project. And the project limits for Caltrans is from Wavecrest to Moss Beach and includes the Highway 1 and Poplar Street intersection. We've had conversations with the Caltrans staff as they're starting to implement starting to work on their design as we speak. And we've voiced our concerns along the entire corridor, as well as very specifically on Poplar Street, given that we have a project that's coming up. So we've been working to coordinate our project scope and schedule with Caltrans. And at this point, we are looking at the schedule being very close to each other. And we're going to continue working on coordinating with Caltrans and to ensure that our improvements and their improvements mesh well, and that we continue to and that we continue to advocate for the improvements that we would like to see at this intersection. For example, having the bulb outs at the intersection corners and having the pedestrian refuge areas where it makes the most sense as folks are crossing these the different legs of the highway. Also, to incorporate a crosswalk on the north end where there currently it does not exist one. These and other areas of concern we're going to continue to talk to Caltrans about, and we will have an additional opportunity to review and comment on, not just staff, but also as the public as they come forward with their environmental document. There will be more conversations on this project, on this intersection, and as a whole along the entire corridor. Next slide, please. And the last segment is looking at the Highway 1 to Main Street. So this area has more of a downtown characteristic and feel to it than the west side of Highway 1. We are looking at implementing sidewalks on both sides, on the north and south side. Again, funding dependent. And looking at utilizing our existing on-street parking as traffic calming measures. We also are looking at the landscape areas and tree wells to be able to take some of the stormwater runoff from the roadway and provide some treatment and improve the quality of that runoff as it goes through our retention areas and our tree wells. Again, we're looking at maintaining the existing trees as much as possible, but in this particular section of the corridor, there is some concerns with some of the trees that Brittany mentioned right at the intersection of Main and Poplar, with concerns to grade and line of sight. So with the removal of those six trees, we're looking at adding over 30 new trees in this segment to add to the aesthetics of the street as well as the stormwater quality, as I mentioned. Next slide, please. One of the things that we heard very clearly from our from the amount of outreach that we've done with the community was the traffic calming perspective, and we actually received a lot of comments and support for looking at implementing traffic circles. And so we're looking at implementing traffic circles along the intersections of Poplar and Poplar Street at 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. We also have always stop control at those intersections, as well as pedestrian crosswalks. We did receive some comments earlier today with regards to concerns about the lack of traffic calming on the east side of Highway 1. And I will say that we will take a closer look at that and see what else we can do to incorporate additional features. We do have the parking areas that I know some folks believe that they do not help with the traffic calming element of it, but it has been, there have been studies that show that it does actually provide that visual narrowing of the roadway with the striping details and the improvements that we will be doing. But we'll look at other things that we can do. We may consider a traffic circle at Poplar and 4th Street, for example, and looking at other elements that we can better calm traffic through that corridor as well. We are also looking at doing retention areas with curb cuts within the traffic circles. We find, again, we find that these areas of landscaping are the best locations to incorporate our green infrastructure and try to reduce our stormwater runoff where we can, and at least treat it with some quality benefits and making those areas aesthetically pleasing as well as functional from a GI perspective. Next slide, please. Okay, now getting into our green infrastructure. So the primary green infrastructure that we will be implementing for the entirety of this project is really looking at bioretention. So we have a couple of different areas of examples that are existing that you can that folks can go and see what I'm talking about. We have the intersection of Correa Street and Purísima Street at the library, where we have bioretention areas at the intersections with the bulb outs. And and essentially we have curb cuts that allow the stormwater to run through these planter areas. It does have some infiltration capacity as well as stormwater quality benefits just going through the planters and the selective plants that are there. We are also looking at implementing maintaining the amount of impervious surfaces that we have and trying to reuse that and repair it where it is feasible throughout it. We've looked at different options and alternatives as far as the amount of pavement that we're looking at. So I just want to touch on that a little bit. So overall, the street section itself, we estimated that there's existing about 82,000 square feet of existing impervious surface. So that would include the existing sidewalks and the existing pavement areas that we have out there. And reviewing the project plans, we estimate about 21,500 square feet of new impervious surface that would be incorporated as part of this project. And with those incorporated impervious areas, we would be looking at utilizing our landscape areas, the bioretention areas, the green infrastructure locations to mitigate some of that additional runoff, as well as the quality of it. I think that is it for this one. Next slide, please. One very important area of concern, obviously, is maintenance needs and requirements. So with as we're going through the design, we are looking at that as well. And so I just want to touch on a few elements. The street trees itself, we would be looking at an establishment period where the city would be maintaining the trees to ensure that it thrives and survives the establishment period. And once it's established, we would work with our property owners and look to them taking over some maintenance some oversight and maintenance responsibilities with the trees themselves. Although once they're established, it's not there's no long-term water requirement or anything of that nature. So we're looking at working with our residents to keep those trees in good shape as we move forward. The city would also be doing maintenance of the bioretention areas and landscaping, especially the bioretention areas. There are very specific requirements for maintenance of bioretention. For example, after about 10 years, there's a little bit of soil amendment that's needed to to allow for the soil to come back to its to a condition where it will allow the stormwater runoff to filter through. So there's some very specific maintenance requirements that we would be undertaking. The traffic circles as well. Again, I see that as the same as the bioretention areas. We would be maintaining those, whether it's city staff or contracted out. That's to be determined. But we would be looking at continuing to maintain those as we move forward. And another piece would be the multi-use path, the decomposed granite pathway that we're proposing west on Highway 1. There will be some areas, especially abutting to the concrete driveway pads, where there may be some differential settlement. So understanding the community's desire for less concrete and more pervious materials, we are utilizing the multi-use pathway as that, but there's going to be additional maintenance requirements on the city, and we will be keeping those to ensure that the grade differential does not change significantly, and making sure that we address any concerns as we go forward. So that'll be more on an annual basis and as needed as we get calls out to look at particular locations. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of the project background. I just wanted to touch base on, so this project also, one very important component of the project that I did not mention, that I wanted to make it very clear. So one of the main portions of what we are looking to achieve with this project is to provide an ADA compliant, accessible pathway from Main Street to our coastal trail. I just want to make that very clear that is one of the requirements from the grant itself, as well as from the Americans with Disabilities Act, that when we're doing these types of improvements, that we ensure that all those accessibility requirements are met. So I just wanted to mention that again. Now, going back to the project background a little bit, so the city actually went to the city council back in 2017 for a support resolution for this project grant application. And at that time, it was not guaranteed that the funding would be available, but we were hopeful that with the council support and the community requests, as well as communication from the senior center and Seacrest School and others, that we got that through to the state. And so we ultimately did get the grant application. That's kind of how we got to where we are now. And then from there, we've done numerous amount of community outreach meetings listed here. Unfortunately, during the COVID-19 pandemic in early 2020, this was one of the casualties. And so you can look at the bottom, the last two. There was a gap in that 2020 year. By the time we got the project back under contract and activated, it came to the fall of 2021, and so our most recent meeting was at the BPAC, the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee meeting back in November. So we've heard a lot from the community as far as the concerns and feedback and requirements, I will mention that we got a lot of great feedback, especially through the community surveys. Back in 2019, and we tried our best to thread the needle as far as our improvements and address all of the concerns and issues that were highlighted to us by the community. And so that's what we have tonight is a project that is looking to address as much of the community feedback as possible, and continuing to maintain the importance of our Americans with Disability Act accessibility requirements, and ensuring that we have a path of travel for non-motorized users from Main Street to our coastal trail and the Poplar Beach. I think that's it for me on this one. Next slide.
Thank you, Maz.
Back to Brittany.
Yes, thank you. As Moz was describing, there's been a lot of history to this project, and it goes back even further. It's been anticipated in multiple capital improvement programs and multiple city adopted plans over the past few years, including the 2013 circulation element, the 2019 bicycle and pedestrian master plan, and the recently updated 2020 land use plan. And all of these plans in their own way identify this street as a significant coastal access route in need of these connectivity and safety improvements while being context sensitive to this special neighborhood setting. And the project does just that, as Moz just went over in wonderful detail. This is just a really one-of-a-kind street in Half Moon Bay, and the proposed design has been specifically tailored to those neighborhood preferences in a way that emphasizes the needs for the street of traffic calming and safety and green infrastructure. So to describe the project's conformance with the local coastal program a bit, starting with visual resources, Poplar Street is identified as a primary scenic coastal access route in the land use plan, and areas within 200 yards of Highway 1 are similarly considered for any potential impacts to the Highway 1 scenic corridor. So this project is located in a visual resource area as it encompasses the scenic corridor, but the scope of work involves primarily at-grade improvements, and the scenic quality of the area will remain substantially unchanged. The scenic character of Poplar Street was considered in the proposed design, and including the protection of the mature cypress trees shown on this slide here, and that scenic character will be preserved with project implementation. The purpose of the project is to improve public access and safety and ADA compliance along the entire corridor, as this is a very heavily used coastal access route that connects the coastal trail to the downtown area. And this project will enhance that connectivity with the safety and access improvements for all types of user groups. Temporary impacts are anticipated during project construction, which is anticipated to begin in spring 2022 and take approximately 4 to 6 months, with work limited to weekdays unless approved by our city engineer. The conditions of approval for this project require a traffic control plan to be reviewed and approved by our city engineer that minimizes road closures, ensures public safety, and establishes detour routes where closures are unavoidable. The conditions of approval also require public noticing prior to construction to further minimize any potential impacts to public access. The western end of the project footprint is mapped as a potential archaeological sensitivity area in the land use plan. However, all work will occur within the existing developed right-of-way and will involve minimal excavation. So it is not expected that the project will unearth any artifacts or other cultural resources during project construction. And standard conditions of approval will ensure that construction is halted or and artifacts or whatever resources may be found are appropriately handled if discovered. A biological resource evaluation, or BRE, was prepared for this project and provided to you in your packet for tonight. As the project site is located in proximity to the undeveloped lands west of Railroad that contain potentially sensitive habitat. So the BRE did identify that the project site in the solid red outline area contains primarily developed land cover with a small non-jurisdictional drainage at the western end of the project site. While outside the project site in the biological study area in the red and black dashed line, west of Railroad Avenue contains non-native grasslands and a small area of coastal freshwater marsh that will not be impacted by this project. The project site does not provide any suitable habitat for special status plant species, and there are a number of special status wildlife species, including the San Francisco garter snake and the California red-legged frog, that have been known to occur in the vicinity of the project site, but similarly do not have suitable habitat within the project footprint itself. However, within the project footprint, there is potential for nesting and common migratory birds and roosting bats and overwintering raptors. But the probability of occurrence is low due to this urban setting. Nevertheless, to ensure any potential impacts to these species are avoided during tree removal or other construction activities, the BRE recommends construction timing restrictions, pre-construction surveys, and protocols for halting and restarting construction activities if any active nests are or roosts are found. And these recommendations have all been incorporated into the proposed project description and are reinforced in the conditions of approval. The project also involves installation of a new storm drain outlet at the western end of the project site, as well as minor grading and excavation to install the project improvements. So the BRE recommends water quality protection strategies, including siting the construction staging and refueling area, a set distance away from any drainage or habitat areas, and avoiding drainage improvement activities during the wet season as feasible, and implementing the construction best management practices required by our county's stormwater pollution prevention plan. And again, these recommendations are all incorporated into the project description and reinforced in the conditions of approval. As you saw in the memo that went out to you this evening, Coastal Commission staff submitted a comment letter on the BRE following the staff report publication for this item. And their comment letter was generally supportive of the biological protection measures proposed in the BRE and incorporated into the project, with several suggestions for modifications to further ensure any potential impacts are avoided. Staff does recommend making these suggested changes relative to shortening the timeframe in which pre-construction surveys can occur before construction begins, and specifying the survey area and buffer distances for both raptor and non-raptor species, and avoiding stockpiling in proximity to potentially sensitive habitat areas that are located west of railroad, and increasing the distance that refueling should occur from 65 to 100 feet. So with all of these conditions of approval that were in your draft resolution and the minor modifications to accommodate the Coastal Commission staff comments, the project is found to meet all of the habitat protection requirements of the LCP. The project does qualify for a categorical exemption as it involves improvements to an existing public facility, Poplar Street, and there are no circumstances regarding the project location or scope that would result in cumulative environmental impact or any unusual circumstance that would cause a significant environmental impact. So with these conditions of approval, staff finds the project to be in conformance with the city's general plan and LCP, and the recommended motion is on this slide, and we can come back to this after your deliberation. And that concludes staff's presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Brittany, and thank you, Maz. Welcome to our meeting. So, commissioners who are still here, this is a good time for us to clarify anything about the project that we don't understand before taking a public hearing or opining about what we think the project value is. So, Commissioner Gordon, may I start with you since your hand's up?
I just have three quick questions. Will anything change with those overhead power lines on the east side of Highway 1? Or is that going to remain the same in this plan?
At this stage, those utilities would remain as is.
Okay. And how close is the western tip of this project to that to the freshwater marsh? Because it looks very close. In terms of feet, how far away is that? I didn't see that in the biological report.
I am not sure exactly how many feet. I can see if I can measure it out quickly, but it is separated by Railroad Avenue.
Okay. And then Maz said that there was going to be a phasing because of funding. What is included in phase one? I assume you just do phase one first.
Yeah, so we're to ensure that we have a continuous and ADA compliant pathway, where we would be looking at incorporating the south side of phase one. That's our current plan. But again, we're hopeful that we can do more than just the first phase.
Okay. Thank you.
Vice Chair Poger.
Thank you. So I had a few clarifying questions. You mentioned that, a couple things. One is it wasn't clear to me sidewalk widths. There were a couple things said about like the DG, decomposed granite, and the paved or concrete sidewalks, but it's not clear what the widths are of those in various places, and in the different segments you showed, it wasn't explained really.
Sure. In general, the concrete sidewalks are 5 feet wide, and the DG pathway is 6.
Okay. And what specifically, you mentioned that the ADA compliant accessibility, accessible pathway, that's a key necessity for this project. But I can't find anywhere what specifically that means for the project design for the pathway. Like what specifically has been incorporated that was required as a result of that aspect of that requirement?
Having the pathway that's not shared with the roadway itself, and meeting the requirements as far as grades and slopes. And so that's basically what that means. So I would say the north segment would be ADA compliant in that, it would be the concrete sidewalk. The DG pathway is also ADA compliant. It just requires more maintenance to ensure that the grades are maintained.
If I could, let me just give you an example of one situation out there. Virtually, if not all of them, virtually every one of the curb cuts that exist out along the southerly line of the work there, or frankly, the northerly. If you look at it, you have where the driveways are, you have a cross slope on everyone going toward the street, and there's not sufficient path of travel for someone disabled in a wheelchair or whatever to deal with. There's not enough flat area there. So you've got this dip in. If you look at current requirements, those have been modified so you have at least a minimum 3-foot clear area before you have a drop down into the street for your driveway apron. And so that's just one example of the issue. And it's not that those were built wrong. At the time, they were built appropriately for the times, but the ADA has changed. The requirement was added, frankly, and so those are the issues. So when we're talking a lot of times about, well, why are we taking out driveway aprons and fixing these things and dealing with it? The main reason is because we can't go and leave those things in place and still have an ADA compliant path to travel through the area. That's just one example of the situation that we're dealing with. Maz, am I wrong?
No, that's part of the components. You have the width, clearance of the width is important. So as John mentioned, the minimum requirements is 4 feet. You can go down to 3 feet in spot locations. So, in the case that there is a utility pole, for example, they do provide some flexibility where you can have a 3-foot wide clearance, but it cannot be the entire pathway. It can only be at a certain point. So those are some of the width constraints. And then, we have requirements as far as our slopes and grades. They need to be maintained at 2% for the slope itself. The longitudinal slope, the cross slope cannot be more than 5%. So those are all the details that are part of the design that would be incorporated to ensure that it's ADA compliant.
Okay, thank you. And then you mentioned the amount of new impermeable surface, the 20, and I think I got it correct at 21,500 square feet, or?
Correct.
Right, okay. What is pavement on that? Like, because there's obviously spots where there's the 8 foot on either side, new pavement. How much of that 21,500 is pavement?
I don't have that exact breakdown in front of me. We have broken down by segments.
So we have Maz, why don't we, if we could, can we come back to that? We'll try to put that number together. We've been working on the numbers. That's one we weren't anticipating. We should have anticipated. Thank you. But we can look at that and get back to you at the point where you're ready to deliberate and take some questions, if that'll help you.
Okay, and then that would be helpful. And then I am not clear on what is being done for bicycle connectivity and safety. I didn't see that. And so I wanted to see if maybe you could add some more, maybe go back to slides and point out where specifically that is proposed.
Absolutely. Brittany, if you don't mind bringing up the PowerPoints.
Yes.
So I would say, as she's bringing it up, I'll just mention, so the one thing is that we don't have any designated bicycle lane or route through Poplar currently. And so by identifying it as a class 3 and marking that, whether it's through pavement markings and some signage, would identify it as a share the road situation with that. So you would have the class 3 that would be for more advanced users that are comfortable riding in the travel lane. We also have the DG pathway in certain areas that could be utilized for folks that are using that are on bikes that maybe are not as familiar with it, but it's basically the connectivity on the bike lane piece would be the share the road aspect. Unfortunately, we did not have enough right of way to incorporate class 1 off pathway or a class 2 bike lane. So we were going with the share the road with the traffic calming elements to provide that connectivity.
Okay.
So so this is a great location. So so you can see here, we're going to be implementing the class 3 as part of the travel lane. We'll have pavement markings on the street itself in certain areas that would have the symbol of the bike lane of the person on a bike. And we will have signage in key locations to ensure that we have in certain locations that we have that as well. Yeah, that's the marking that I was talking about, and minimal signage with that. We also are looking at, as far as the traffic calming piece, again, utilizing some of the existing trees and ensuring that that's part of our equation.
Can you elaborate? Because you mentioned the two big trees that would be the bump outs. What other? You just mentioned that they're using some of the trees. Is there other than the 2 big bump outs of those trees that these ones? Yeah. Are there other examples that you can point to?
This would be the main one where we're really utilizing the existing trees as a traffic calming element, given its current location and its establishment and its health. On the east side, where we're incorporating additional street trees, as they grow and develop, it's more about the view corridor and kind of the driving corridor. When you have where we have right now, we have some empty lots. We have, it's kind of a wide view corridor when you're driving, especially on the eastbound side. So that tends to give drivers the feeling that they can go a little bit faster. And so even though the trees themselves are not being proposed within the trees within the actual area, you would just having those trees there and established does provide that visual break of the width of the roadway. And so that's what we would be utilizing on the east side to reduce the overall traffic speed and provide that traffic calming element.
Okay. I guess considering that wideness, and maybe one thing that would be helpful, and part of the reason why I was asking about the paving question, and I mean, this kind of goes back a little bit, but can you go through the different segments of the road and point out where, I know you're clarifying between there's the vehicular traffic lanes, and then there's the side, it's not shown on here, but on the other areas where there's that kind of 8-foot side. So where will new 8-foot side, where will the vehicular traffic lanes be widened or stay the same or decreased? And where will there be new side 8-foot, I don't know what you call those, the areas that are designated, I guess, for parking?
Sure. Why don't we, Brittany, why don't we go through the slides for the different segments? If you can go the first one from Railroad. Perfect. So for the majority of this section of the corridor, we're looking at maintaining our parking spaces. So that would be, you're looking at basically, if you look at the center line, that's the best way to look at it. From the center line, we would have our travel lanes and our Class 3 bike route. And then we would have the parking on the outside of that. Those would be the 8-foot sections. Some of these areas would be where the widening would be happening in certain segments here. I believe we have about 25 feet through the majority of Poplar Street. So basically, if you look at the center line from there, we would be taking out, we would be adding a few feet on either side to implement the full width that we're looking for as far as parking and the travel lanes and the Class 3 bike lane.
So you would be adding the paving, because right now what you're saying is you already have the 11 and 11 lanes for the cars, and then you'd be adding the paving, the 8-foot parking on either side. That's what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay. And then
I believe the edges of the pavement go into the parking area a little bit, and we have folks that kind of park on the shoulder. But yeah, we would be extending out to provide a paved area for the full width of the car. And if you don't mind, I just wanted to clarify that. I mean, that the important feature for that is we generally try not to have pervious pavement or soft shoulder parking where we can. And that's from the perspective of, if you have a vehicle that is leaking oil or something like that, obviously, we want to identify that and get those off the street as soon as possible. But in the case that we don't identify it in early enough, there is a concern about contamination. So that's one of the areas where we've considered whether it makes sense to do pavement, and that would, from a water quality perspective and a groundwater quality perspective, we felt that made the most sense for the parking areas. Okay.
One other question, and then I think that's it. Sorry, I lost track. You mentioned about using the landscaped areas and bioretention as retention for water quality. As far as I could tell, they look like they're proposed only for the south side. How is the road going to be sloped? Is it going to be resloped to slope the whole slope of the road goes to the south side? How will that function? Because based on with the crowning of the road as it is, et cetera.
No, absolutely not. I know, I totally understand where you're coming from. No, our intent would be to keep the crown existing. If by doing so, we would again be distributing it pretty much down the center line of the roadway. And for the different phased approaches, the half that the north side, if for example we go forward with the south side as phase one, the north side would not be modified. It would be acting as existing. On the south side, we would be incorporating the DG and GI areas, and those will provide some area for the water to infiltrate. But it also will allow, with the AC berm, when we have the larger events like we've seen on this past Monday, for example, when we have those larger events, the AC berms will also provide a way of getting the water to the discharge point, which is at the far end of Poplar Street.
Do you know how much water you're anticipating being delivered to the end of, like, for instance, because based on my understanding, am I correct that it's going on the east side, it goes east, the water, right?
Correct.
And on the west side, it goes west, basically. Do you have calculations for how much water additionally would be kind of moved down the road?
We do. I need to pull those up. I can look at that and find it while you folks are deliberating.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be
sure.
Interesting, just because that's a question I have. And so, it'd be helpful to understand because it's something I'm concerned about. So thank you. I think that's all I have in terms of clarifying questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Polgar.
Through the chair, I'm sure you have clarifying questions as well, but I just wanted to get back to Commissioner Gorin's clarifying question about the distance to the freshwater marsh quickly. We did measure that out a little more specifically. It is a minimum of 125 feet. From the western edge of the project footprint to the closest part of the freshwater marsh mapped by the BRE.
Minimum?
Yes, minimum. The closest point is 125.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So let's see. I should just note that it's 8:15. Before I ask my clarifying questions, let me just check in with Bridget. Do we have a line of people who are interested in speaking on this issue?
I have no current hands risen.
Okay, so my suggestion would be for the public to begin thinking about whether you want to speak on this item so we have an idea of how many people are going to want to weigh in on that, and we can lace the answers to some of the questions that we've gotten that we've put to staff and perhaps a few more that I'll raise. And then we'll have a sense of the best way to move forward to be sure everyone has the opportunity to be heard and raise their question based on the full input that we're getting to this time. So I'll check back with you, Bridget, in a little bit on that.
Okay.
So Maz, I'd like to, Vice Chair Polgar, as usual, grabbed a lot of the issues that were of interest to me. So thank you for that. I wanted to take a closer look at the drainage. Brittany, I sent you a map from the stormwater management plan earlier this afternoon. I wonder if you could just pop that up on the screen for us.
Yeah, give me a second.
So what we're looking at here is, or we'll be looking at, is a page from the stormwater management plan. There we go. That was performed a while back. And there's a lot of stuff here that's not super relevant for this, but I will point out that you can see Poplar and the plan that it has for drainage in that area. As I read the plan, there were two new inlets that were planned for Poplar. One was at the corner of Railroad Avenue and Poplar, and one was, I believe, on the southeast corner of Poplar and Highway 1. And my question, Maz, is what is the watershed that those new inlets are draining, that they would drain from if they were installed? In other words, there's some kind of surface flow or sheet flow, or maybe it's in a gutter, I don't know. Where is that water coming from? And where does it, if this were not here, where would it be going? Is the question clear?
I think so. Let me attempt, and if I'm off base, please stop me. So yeah, I think for the most part, I mean, obviously we have watersheds from the east side of Highway 1 that do connect through the different areas. We have different culverts along State Route 1 that conveys water from east to west side and ultimately gets over to the bluffs. Right now on Poplar Street, for the most part, based on the topography, we have the upstream piece to it with the east side and the tributary area that feeds into that, which does go up to Royal Leon Creek. And then we have a lot of surface flow that it captures. And there's some of the side streets, the first through third and fourth, that do contribute partially to Poplar. And that would be the major extent of the stormwater that we would be treating through this project. As far as the catch basins, we looked at, so with our pathway project that we just completed, we looked at incorporating the catch basin over there, but we actually were able to do some improvements in grading that captured some of that without requiring an additional inlet. So I think we were able to capture some of that with that project. And then the other inlet is what we were proposing as part of this project.
So just so I can be sure I understand what I heard, on the southeast corner of Highway 1 and Poplar, at that intersection, right now, water is pooling from areas to the east of that, I'm guessing, since Highway 1 represents a crown of some kind. It sort of forms a dam. And absent that storm drain, where's that water going today? Is it going north, or is it going south, or is it just filtering into the soil in that area?
Okay, now I understand. Yeah, so that on that particular corner, I believe the topography of the channel on the east side goes north. There are issues with discontinuous culverts through the Highway 1 corridor. And so I think right now what you get is a lot of the water just ponds and pools at the intersection and ultimately dissipates in the impervious areas that are existing. And the remaining does make it to some of the tributary area, some of the other side, the other streets in those vicinities. But you're right, they are mostly localized as the existing configuration. That's due to maintenance, lack of maintenance on some of the channels that are maintained by Caltrans.
Okay, and if we were to approve the project and this inlet goes in at the southeast corner, once the water goes in, is it flowing under Highway 1 and going into the Poplar drainage system, or is it going somewhere else?
That's a good question. I think right now it would be, we would have to look at that with Caltrans. I think they would want to incorporate each area and not inundate other streets north and south. That would be something we would look closely at with the Caltrans project as they go forward with those impervious improvements.
Okay, so we're not sure right now. So let's go to the other end of Poplar, the western end near Railroad Avenue. And there's I think is that railroad? Yeah, that is. Thank you, Brittany. And we're putting in a culvert, an inlet, there. And that's going to drain water from where? Is it coming south on Railroad, or is it surface flow on Poplar? Where is that water coming from?
It's mostly surface flow from Poplar going westbound. There are some segments of railroad that do drain in that direction too, and those will be maintained. But yeah, for the majority of the water that would be caught by that catch basin, the intent of that, the design of that would be to capture any remaining sheet flow on Poplar itself going westbound.
I see. So so it sounds like this one isn't adding water to the flow westward on that watershed. It may change the velocity of the water because it's going to be in a culvert, entrained in a culvert rather than being on the surface in a sheet flow. But it's not new water the way potentially the southeast, the inlet at the Highway 1 corridor could be. Is that what you're saying?
That's the correct statement. Yes.
Okay. So I know one of our goals here with the BMPs and the bulb outs and keeping the trees, and maybe there's some rain gardens. I know that one of our goals is to try to keep, to not increase the flows of entrainment that can promote erosion. Do we have any conditions in the project as proposed that help us assess whether we've done that? Whether, in other words, do we have a condition that defines that as a goal, or is that something we'd like to do, but we're not really sure yet?
I guess are we talking in the context of the downstream from that?
Yeah.
Outside the project area?
Into the jurisdictional area of Fish and Wildlife.
As part of this project, we're not proposing to make any modifications there. We do have our stream bed alteration agreement, and that we oversee with the improvements with our maintenance.
Yeah, let me try to clarify that more. I realize that we're not doing any physical altering of the stream there in terms of the channel, but do we have a condition that says we're not going to have any more flow in that area as a result of this project than before this project?
I'll take a stab, and Maz, feel free to jump in after. That is a land use plan policy that we feel this project is attaining. It is not included as a condition of approval that explicitly, since it is a project goal.
Okay, I think I understand. Thank you. Let me also circle back to Commissioner Vice Chair Polgar, on her question about the pervious surfaces, because I confess I'm not a pervious impervious surfaces guy. So I think of DG as kind of pervious. Am I being naive? Is it really considered impervious?
It's considered pervious.
Okay, so when we talk about 21,500 square feet of impervious soil, impervious stuff, in my mind, I'm thinking it's concrete. Is it either that or asphalt?
Yes, it's asphalt or concrete. That's that 21,500 square foot estimate is essentially the asphalt, the new asphalt and the new concrete that's being proposed. You're correct. The DG is not part of that calculation.
Okay. And you had mentioned the concrete. I think I heard pans, maybe it was aprons. I'm not sure. Is that stuff that's happening within the 60-foot right-of-way, or is that something that's beyond that in some easement area for the property owners?
It's within the 60-foot street right-of-way. We actually don't have any improvements proposed outside of the street right-of-way itself. And with that, we're looking at basically matching where the asphalt ends to the property line in concrete, only where we have a driveway access.
I see. And in this project, it's been a while since I know that we talked about the power lines on the east side of Highway 1. No change to the power lines on the west side of Highway 1 in this area either?
Unfortunately, no.
Unfortunately, no.
I wish I could underground everything. I would love to do that. We don't have the funding, unfortunately.
Okay. Let me see.
second, Moz?
Oh, I'm sorry.
While you're thinking, Jimmy.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, take your turn.
I was just, Moz, can you just indicate roughly what we're looking at on a per linear foot or per mile basis for undergrounding? I think it's helpful for folks to understand what roughly that looks like out there and why we're not able to pursue it.
The off the cuff estimate I have is about $1,100 a linear foot to underground utilities.
$1,100 a linear foot. I feel like I should put something stronger in my Diet Coke.
Sorry.
That's tough. Okay, and I want to try to amplify on Vice Chair Polgar's question about, I heard about the trees being a kind of a bulb out. In the picture that showed the landscaped area, the pretty green stripe, that was my impression was that was longer than just the tree. And so I'm thinking there are other things that are happening in those areas. The parking, again, maybe my understanding of bulb out is kind of limited here, but I think of bulb outs as something that kind of delineates the end of a strip of parking. And maybe that it could, but it doesn't in this case. And I'm wondering if you visualize other bulb outs that kind of get out into the parking area that can reinforce that psychological narrowness of road, or whether that really isn't part of the plan, other than the main trees.
It wasn't part of our current design. We can take a closer look at it. I think there are areas where we can implement it. There's obviously a funding piece that's tied to that. However, I did mention that we can look at additional traffic calming measures on the east side of Poplar Street with relation to possibly bulb outs on 4th Avenue or traffic circles. You generally want to have your bulb outs at intersections. It does provide for a shorter distance for crossing movements. But yeah, I've seen them in areas where you delineate the different parking space, where a parking stops and starts again. You can have them mid-block in different locations. It's one of the many traffic calming tools that we could implement. I think based on the feedback we received from the community, it sounded like the traffic circle was the ideal implementation for traffic calming. But it's definitely something that we can also utilize, the bulb outs.
And my question was just to understand the project rather than to make a suggestion. We're not there yet. I did want to ask about the traffic circles because I'm a little naive. When I first saw them, I thought, oh, it's a roundabout. And it's a much narrower radius. And when I saw the striping in one of the pictures, I realized I had it wrong. Is there vegetation in that circle? Is there a shrub, or is it just a kind of a grassy area that's raised up a little bit? What does it look like in profile?
In profile, what it would look like is you would have basically kind of a rolled curb that comes up to it. We're looking at utilizing this as a storm water retention area as well. So we could have curb cuts in them to allow the water to get to the landscaped area. We don't have a final design on it, but we could do additional tree planting. We could have drought tolerant planting. That's what we would be looking at doing. We could also hardscape it, but that's not something we want to do. It doesn't add to the character of the street. We want to minimize that where we can. And this area makes the most sense to keep it as landscaped area. And I would just say that you're right in that there's a distinction between the traffic circles and roundabouts. It's generally the size and the radius and modification of the approaches to the infrastructure. For these smaller, more conventional intersections, the circles, they can do the job, and the rolled curb allows for emergency response to be able to navigate through it without having much of an impact on it.
I understand. That's very helpful. And then one gear that hasn't been talked about too much that I ought to ask about is, I've been in traffic calming situations in other neighborhoods where, for example, speed bumps were installed. And the solution for drivers who were in a hurry was to shift over one street, north or south or east or west, to avoid the traffic calming devices. And I wonder if you've anticipated that and wonder what the potential impact would be on other streets of doing this work on Poplar.
Yeah, I mean, especially for, I would say, so there's kind of twofold. You have the tourist traffic, if you will, folks that come on the weekends for visiting out of the area. Those generally will not look at bifurcating some of these traffic calming elements. Now, when you have residents that are driving home, they may decide to do that because they're more familiar with the streets. That's definitely always a concern that we have. And we've noticed speed bumps is the one that really triggers that the most. When we incorporate speed humps, it tends to really push out the traffic into the surrounding neighborhoods. That was one of the reasons why we tried to avoid that in the major stretch of Poplar Street, because then the concern would be that, yeah, exactly, you would shift the traffic pattern to a neighboring side street, and then what do we do there? Then we're looking at additional traffic calming measures, maybe more speed humps, and then at that point it just becomes we're looking at turning our Lita Park into a parking lot.
Okay, well, I think I had other questions, but I think I'd rather wait. The public's been really patient with all these questions. It's now 8:30. Bridget, do you have a sense of the members of the public that want to speak?
Yeah, there's four. There's been four for a few minutes now.
Okay, and other commissioners, Commissioner Pogar, you might have had a chance to reload and want to ask more clarifying questions, or Commissioner Gorn, you may have additional questions.
Let's go ahead and hear from the public.
Okay, excellent. In that case, I'm going to virtually gavel the public hearing open and invite Bridget to introduce our public speakers. Please tell us your thoughts on this project.
Right.
Welcome.
First person I have is Hal Bogner, followed by Hillary.
Welcome, Hal.
There you go.
Okay, hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thanks for this tremendous amount of information, and hello, commissioners and city staff. I've lived for almost a year and a half on Poplar on the south side, a couple houses down from Maine, renting a house. And for starters, the only notice that I've seen, that was visible to me was about 1 week ago. A very small blue sign was posted at the corner of Maine, at the southwest corner of Maine and Poplar. I see that also there's a lot of things in these PowerPoints that were not available, on the website. I've read the staff reports and such. So, but I'm wondering a bunch of things. For one thing, to separate out the conflict that three of the commissioners have on the west side, from the east side project, perhaps these two projects should be separated so that the commission can fully, take in and evaluate the east side project. I noticed, when I saw that sign, that, these trees were to be taken out. And it sort of suggested that, it would be really nice to have great big majestic trees like the cypresses that you're preserving so beautifully on the west side. Those trees are actually wonderful, when in bloom. They've got leaves most of the year. You can take pictures of them at times that look awful. But, it's not clear to me, and I've got a whole bunch of points. I'm not going to get to run through them all. How long, this project is going to affect the livability along the street. As a renter, if I were to leave, my landlord might lose 4 or 6 months of income because, who's going to want to live under that? So I don't know if the construction is phased so that the impacts are kept relatively short, in discrete planned segments, or if, for 4 to 6 months, it's just, things are closed off and disruption to the neighborhood and so on. I wonder about the bicycle stuff. It sounds like sort of there's a lot of, it would be nice to connect the bicycling, but people actually just ride in the street. And I had heard about the project long ago as, being, from the, connect the coastal trail and the highway to Poplar, at the beach parking. So, I know there's very little time, to raise questions. So I guess that's all I'll fit in here. I hope this is not the last hearing before the Planning Commission on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Hal.
Next we have Hillary.
Hey there. Thank you for this presentation. Can you guys hear me?
Welcome, Hillary.
Thanks. Okay, so I'm on the Parks and Rec Committee for Half Moon Bay, but I'm speaking as a resident of Half Moon Bay and a resident on Poplar Street. And I just really want to preface my comments by saying that I looked at these plans before this meeting and I found them so difficult to understand and really dig into so that I could visualize what was going on, that I wasn't able to really prepare what I wanted to say in this meeting. And so I apologize across a little negative, because normally I feel the city has a really high standard and I've been really happy with the work that you guys have done in the past few years. So this project stands out to me as really not, emblematic of the really good work that I've seen in the past. And so I just will apologize in advance that most of my comments are more concerns than enthusiastic endorsements. But I'll start with the positive, which is I think that it's really important that you guys talked about the Highway 1 and Poplar intersection. I think the idea of all kinds of pedestrian protections and ways to get to Main Street in a safer way are really important. And the crosswalk potentially on the north side might be a way of addressing that. But the rest of my comments are, they're more concerns. And the first one is I was just really devastated to see that this 16 additional feet of Poplar Street width in the plan at all. I couldn't tell until the moment that was described in this meeting. And, I was part of the initial meetings for this project, and it was almost nearly unanimous community feedback that this street not be widened. And so to see evidence that in fact it might be widened, and I keep hoping that I'm misinterpreting what you said, just feels like really not listening to the public. And that was pretty upsetting to me that could be happening, because as someone who lives on the street and walks on it every single day, the idea of it being wider with speedier traffic and just more street and less organic material is really upsetting, and I don't think that it should be happening. The second thing is that these bulb outs around trees that was something that we talked about quite a bit in the initial meetings as a way to help slow traffic. And so when I saw the path of going inside of the trees rather than outside of the trees, that was also disappointing, because I felt like basically you guys decided to not narrow the street to slow down traffic, but just leave it as it is, the way we like it, and then widen everything else. And that was exactly the opposite of what I expected. So that was also problematic for me. I would like to see more bulb outs. And in fact, when we talk about cutting down trees on the east side, I actually love those trees, and we're in a drought, and I love the idea of planting additional trees, but I do not think that it's a great idea to take out trees right now when it's hard to establish them because it takes so much watering, and those are mature trees. And
I apologize, Hillary, but I'd like you to try to summarize your remarks if you could.
Yes, I'm almost done. The last thing is that the sidewalks, again, I think they should be usable. Narrow sidewalks are really hard to use. 5 feet is the minimum that I think we could have, which means that we might need sidewalks on just one side of the street rather than both, because it's really hard to walk with more than one person on the sidewalk. And I will stop there because I think you addressed some of the other handicapped accessible issues with sidewalks. Oh, and also the storm drain problem and the increase of all the impervious surfaces. Again, my driveway during this last week was already flooded, and adding more surfaces that are impermeable are only going to make that worse. I apologize
for cutting you off, Hillary. I appreciate your thoughts.
Next we have, and I'm going to chop this up, and I apologize ahead of time, Adya. He can pronounce it.
Anya, welcome.
Hello, this is Ayad. Can you hear me?
Ayad. Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
No, thank you for allowing me to speak. I really appreciate it. So my name is Ayad Al-Sheikh, and I'm a longtime resident of Poplar Street. This project had two stated purposes originally: calming and slowing traffic and improving pedestrian and bike safety. There are benefits of also trying to maintain visual character and improving drainage. My comments, and I apologize for this, is that I feel like this proposal fails to achieve the main purposes. The street calming and the pedestrian and bike safety. In fact, I think that it's going to increase vehicle speed with the widening of the roads, and it's going to exacerbate flooding with all of this additional pavement and curb all the way down to the rest of the street. So before I get into why I feel that's the case, I think that I wanted to mention also that the drawings were really hard to interpret. There wasn't a scale on the drawings, and so I had to really estimate how big things were. And there's actually a tree missing, I think, on the south side of the 300 block for Poplar. So check that out. So first, I want to talk about traffic calming. The widening of the streets is going to increase traffic speed. It doesn't matter that the width is intended for parking. There's going to be lots of, it's going to be open a lot, and people are going to go a lot faster. That increased width is also going to nullify the benefits from the traffic circle. When you look at it in the drawing, people are just going to move right around that and drive straight through the parking spots, accelerating. That increased width is no benefit to the pedestrians and bikes. That's huge to me. The only purpose for widening it is to increase parking, which is expressly not prioritized as part of this project. The second thing is for pedestrians and bike safety. The sidewalks that are 5 or 6 feet wide are not wide enough for people to walk down comfortably. The sidewalks seem like they're broken up a lot, and so it's really going to be difficult for pedestrians with mobility issues. The reason that kind of the result of all this is that pedestrians are going to be faced with walking in the street in an unprotected way, not separated from traffic. Bicycles are going to be forced to ride with the cars, and I'm worried about the neighborhood kids riding on the street now with bikes. Third is drainage. We talked about the increased removal of permeable surfaces to soak in. Final thing is maintaining visual character. And while the majority of the trees are preserved, the proposed project is not preserving the iconic nature of the street. When you're driving west on Highway 1, I live here, I do it a lot, and those blocks are unique and special. And I heard someone on staff even call this a one-of-a-kind street. As soon as we do this and add 16 feet of concrete and perpendicular to the whole street, it's going to be sanitized and it's going to be a parking lot. And so I really encourage us not to get rid of that visual character for this really unique street. Thank you.
If you could summarize your remarks.
Yes, I think we're missing the main purpose for this was street calming, pedestrian and bike safety, maintaining visual character, and improving drainage. And while I really want this project to be successful, and we get one chance, so I don't think this is it.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next I have Lau Hodges.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can, Lau. Welcome.
Awesome. I'd like to start by just echoing the statements made by the previous two members of the public without being redundant. I think it's a shame. I think the city of Half Moon Bay has a really good track record for public improvement. And I think this particular project just really falls flat. As somebody who lives on the east side of Poplar and who has attended all of these meetings, you know, in the beginning, it was really clear that what the communities or what this block's concern was traffic calming, and a very low concern was any more on-street parking or parking of any kind. And to see the drawings that were proposed before today's meeting, and even before even for the meeting that was when they were presented to the Bicycle Coalition, it's just really disappointing to see that there's really absolutely no traffic calming features whatsoever on the east end. I do see that we are considering sidewalk curbs traffic calming and street trees when they grow in 5 to 10 years to be traffic calming. But as a block that already has ample parking on the street and a handful of street trees, neither of them are working. I'm failing to understand how a curb 8 feet away from the edge of the vehicle lane behind a parked car is going to trigger any kind of response from somebody driving on a dark night that they should slow down from 40 miles an hour to 25 miles an hour. I feel like in the early meetings when LSA was promising things like the chicanes and the bump outs and speed bumps and things like that, the community got really excited about the potential to actually slow down the street on the east side of Poplar and make it safer for our kids to walk. And we just got really left out on this proposal. Like, why wasn't a traffic circle even considered at 4th? I guess I'm just feeling really deflated by this entire project. And I would really urge the commissioners to rethink the purpose of this project and whether just adding 16 more feet of pavement is the best way to make our kids safer traveling Poplar Street. So apologies for having so many negative things to say. I really admire the work of this group, but I think this one just feels really phoned in and like all was wanted was a new repaving project. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Lau. We appreciate your comments, positive or negative. Additional speakers?
Just one right now. I have Rick Hernandez.
Mr. Hernandez, welcome.
Hello, I am Rick Hernandez, and I am a planning commissioner, and I am conflicted out as a commissioner as this project is on my property. So I will say that I am only speaking on my behalf, and I'm only speaking in regards to my property, not anybody else's. What's going to impact me? Just kind of refreshing once in a while to do that. So I walk on the street every day. I watch pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicular traffic interact in front of my property. And I'm really excited to see traffic circles. I think designed correctly, they will have an amazing impact on the safety in front of my house. And they will, add to the value of my home by making it safer if done correctly. I think traffic calming and taking this really lovely street we have and maintaining the niceness of it will also be really wonderful. Now, I live within about 75 feet of those magnificent cypress trees. I also have 5 lovely cypress trees on my property, one of which the city required me to plant when I built my house. Now, your work around these older trees will likely kill them. It'll increase the foot traffic and the motor traffic on both sides of their routes. And you're proposing this on the 3 heritage trees on my property. The increased foot traffic will impact these delicate trees. The loss of those trees will have it'll impact my property because they are extremely valuable. They add to the beauty of my property and I love them. I'm really concerned about taking out the the organic material in front of my house and replacing it with 8 feet of asphalt. You're adding a parking lot there. And by making the path so narrow, and you've got 3 trees, one of which isn't marked on this project at all, the way you've designed the path at my intersection, I'm going to get sued. This is not going to be an ADA compliant. The way you've got it in here, there's no way you can get a wheelchair around the tree well that you've got marked out. So what's going to happen is I'm going to get sued because somebody's going to have a problem here because of this poor design. And I really think you need to think about making the bigger bulb outs, keeping more of the organic material, putting less impervious material here, especially on this block. But just my property, just me. I don't really like this design. I don't think it's going to add to my value. I think the way it's laid out here, it's going to actually detract from the value of my house. So I hope that you can come back with a design that really incorporates my feedback. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts. We're always happy to hear from you. Let's see. Are there any other speakers that would like to address us on this item?
I don't see any.
Any emails?
I'll check mine.
Fan mail from Flounder?
I have none. I don't know if Brittany's checked hers most recent, but I have nothing.
Okay. So at this point, I'll close the public hearing. And it's now, let's see, 8:54. It might be a magic time to take a few minutes. I don't know if staff wants to reflect, or they feel like they want to push forward with responding to comments, or whether the commission wants to take a short break. What's the will of the commission?
I could use a little break.
A little break.
Yeah, just like 5 minutes.
And does that work for staff? I'm seeing nods. Okay. So let's re-adjourn at 9 o'clock, or not re-adjourn, let's reconvene at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, let's see. I see 1, 2, 3 commissioners. So we have. So if it's the will of the commission, maybe we give staff a chance to respond to the questions and comments that have come along, and then we can deliberate. Does that sound good with you?
That's perfect. And I will take the stab at it, Chair Benjamin.
Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you. So there was a number of comments. The first one was as far as how long this project will affect the residents of Poplar Street. Based on the project scope, we were estimating about 4 to 6 months, and it wouldn't be. There would be separate phases. So obviously when we're doing some pavement work, work in the public right of work in the street itself, there will be some impacts and detours. But overall, it's not a long duration. 4 months, I think, is more than enough. But in case there's any weather-related impacts, I would say 4 to 6. There were concerns about the additional paving that we're proposing and the widening of the streets. Just for point of clarification, I want to point out that we're not increasing the width of the travel lane. We were only looking at putting paving on the areas where there's existing parking. Now, having heard the comments and response from our community, we can remove those additional paved areas if that is something the commission would like. We can leave it as softscape, if you will, but we can remove that segment of asphalt on each shoulder if that is an area of concern for everyone. we can certainly look at additional traffic calming elements. Especially on the east side, as we heard tonight. We'll take another look at that, and I think a traffic circle at 4th Street and Poplar makes sense. It's something that we were considering, and we'll move forward with that element. As far as there was a comment about the pedestrian path of travel coming interior of the large cypress trees, and I wasn't quite sure if that was for the overall area of the project or just the one area where we have the pinch point. But in those areas, there's not a lot of room for us to maneuver, and so we would be looking at trying to get that path of travel on the backside of those. And again, we're looking at doing DG to ensure that the health of the tree is maintained and the root system. With regards to some of the comments about the lack of traffic calming on the project as a whole, and the concerns with the traffic circles, I would like to just comment that those are used as traffic calming elements throughout California. You can see them in a lot of different areas and jurisdictions. And there was a comment that was made about traffic just being able to blow through there. I mean, you have to also consider that that's a 4-legged stop control intersection. Am I saying that nobody will blow through that intersection? No, some people may do that, but it's not permissible, and it's illegal to blow through the stop sign. So there's certain things that we can design for, and somebody completely disregarding the traffic regulations is not one that we have a lot of control over. There are the bad apples, and if stuff like that happens, the hope is that our police response will address some of those issues. I think that was the majority of it. But yeah, the big piece is and I think that touches a lot of the different components. The amount of additional stormwater runoff, concerns about the capacity of the existing system, the aesthetics of it. I think by removing those pieces on the shoulder areas, I think that had a positive impact with regards to the concerns that the community brought up tonight. I don't know if there's anything else that I missed.
We'll let the commission weigh in if they want to get more clarification. Brittany or Jill, did you have anything else you wanted to add before we think this over? Okay. In that case, I'm going to invite my colleagues to opine, beginning with Commissioner Gorn.
Hey there.
Hey.
So I thought those comments from the neighbors were beyond compelling. That was, and I'm really excited by this project. Obviously, it's long needed, and I do know that the traffic circles do calm down traffic, but I'm frankly like a little chagrined that it took the neighbors' comments to sort of steer us in this direction and really see what there may be in terms of the limitations. I wondered, for instance, the 5-foot walkway or the 6-foot permeable walkway. I wondered if you might think about having that just on one side of the street. I know that there's some issues with the width of this of the streets, but anyway, if it was just on one side and wider, that might help. Also, when I heard you talk about the bike lanes, that isn't really a bike lane, and that you're just sharing with cars. That also was a concern when you were talking about it to me. I mean, I wouldn't want my kid riding a bike and sharing the road with cars, whether they're slower or faster. And so bike lanes can be more narrow, and maybe that would be on the other side of the street. I don't know, or next to the, you don't really want them next to the pedestrians. But I think that we're obviously headed back to the drawing board on this one. And I remain really excited about the possibilities here. I think this is really important. But as somebody said, you only get one chance at doing it. So I thought those comments from the neighbors were spot on.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Gorn. Vice Chair Polgar, your thoughts, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Benjamin. So I have a lot of thoughts. I think to start off with, I too, like some of the, I think 3 of the commenters mentioned how confused they were in trying to interpret what was proposed. And so I found that very difficult in trying to review this project. And so it took me a long time to really grasp, and that's why I had so many questions. And I'm a little concerned that I think it sounded like for some of the members of the public who were paying attention, it wasn't even until they saw the presentation and I asked some of these questions that things began to become clear. So that concerns me because I feel like it wasn't really clear what this was. That all said, I think I understand what it is. And I think, basically my issue is the major one that the project's supposed to be for traffic calming. We're supposed to have bike and pedestrian that's, ADA achieves ADA compliance for sure, but it's about connectivity and safety. Obviously we don't want to make drainage worse. We want to improve it. And we want to, I want the visual character, right? So that, those are all the things that came out of the meetings. I went back and looked at the BPAC, Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee presentation and saw that that's what came out of all of those meetings all this time. And the survey that was a community survey as well about this project. But first starting off with traffic calming, slowing traffic, the project is not achieving that. And widening the road is not, I realize that the vehicular travel lane doesn't get wider, but the reality is that the paved area gets wider. I know there was one spot I think I saw in this project report or the staff report that mentions how parking is used to, parking, I guess, alongside the vehicular traffic lane is used as a traffic calming. But first of all, it wasn't something that was, for instance, looked at by LSA as part of that analysis. And parking is very spotty on Poplar. There are a few spots where there's extra parking, but I will point out that the traffic speeds are faster there because those areas are also the widest areas where you have that. Those are the problematic areas because you end up having a lot of pavement and the road appears wider because it is. And so it doesn't work. And then also the point was that, there'll be cars parked there, but you can't rely on that. In fact, in all of the pictures that we saw, there were very few that showed actual cars parked on Poplar. And so parking was literally not, and reading the BPAC and other comments, the parking was literally not a priority. The surveys, for instance, came back and said, it's not a priority. So adding all of that pavement, for parking, when first of all, where people do park, they park on the shoulder, but there's a space. It doesn't seem to be a problem. There's no real need to pave for parking. I don't see the logic of paving because there might be leaking, vehicles. I think that's actually counterintuitive. I would rather have, some organic areas underneath rather than pavement where it will sit and then just wash off in a concentrated first flush. I think that's actually worse, frankly, because then it sends a lot more concentrated flow or pollutants into our natural areas and it affects water quality. So I don't think that is a legit, I think that's not, I can't think of us, or I'm not okay with us hanging our hat on parking will these newly paved or in the like the corridor of 8 feet on either side. I think that there won't be sufficient parking, and I actually don't really see the point of making parking when it's not demanded. So that's one, a big one, because that's a big thing about the traffic calming. As one of the commenters pointed out, like putting curbs is not, even though that was something that was, for instance, in the LSA said is like, oh, traffic calming curbs that are 8 feet away from the vehicular traffic lane are not going to calm traffic. I do actually think that it is a big problem that the road widening. I like the traffic circles. Sorry, I should start off by saying I fully agree that can be is a very effective mechanism for reducing speeds and calming traffic. And I know about all the bad apples who speed through things because I see it all the time myself. I do have that experience, and other people have seen it. But I will say that by widening the road, you're inviting people to accelerate and there's no reason that you're basically inviting them to bomb through. Whereas if you kept the road narrower at the current width, with pavement at the current width, it would be a lot harder for them to do that. So you would be making the most of having these really good traffic calming or potentially good traffic calming circles. Those are some really big concerns I have about a major part of this, the traffic calming. I am unhappy that there's so much, emphasis on the parking, and then none of that is there's no real benefit to bicycles. I don't think that if you're widening the road, it's going to produce faster traffic, and you're ending up not helping with the bicycles that are going to be going down the road. I don't think that's I don't see any benefit for bicyclists. And so I think that really needs to be either accepted that we're not doing anything for it, or rethought. Like there's a lot, and I think there's a lot of, I liked Commissioner Gordon suggested, well, let's rethink, do we need to have the sidewalks on both sides? What if you did a really much nicer, wider one, that really accomplished, that nice accessibility throughout on the south side. And then you could also have some more space for the bike path, actually have a bike lane that's, even if it's not so very, very wide, but try something more along those lines. I also am very concerned about the sidewalks that are proposed. I think that there are obviously the ADA requirements are not what's going to drive this. They don't need to. We're already going to meet those. But the problem is that what's proposed is not going to meet what the pedestrian needs are. And a great example of them, actually, if you want to bring up the presentation, there's a background, a project background slide. And the top right picture is in that 500 block of, I think I have it right. The 500 block. So between Highway 1 and 3rd Avenue. And what you see is there's a group of people who, there's already a sidewalk there, and they're not using it. They're walking on the street because it's not big enough. It doesn't actually accommodate the need. They have a stroller, they can't fit on it. So you're just gonna, the reality is we would like people to use the sidewalk, but if it's not actually designed to meet the real needs, like people with strollers and walking dogs and, multiple kids going to school, at once, want to be side by side, or just you want to kind of be able to keep track of kids who are running around. They're going to go in the street because it feels like there's more space, and it's actually not as safe. So I don't think that, again, for the pedestrians, I also don't think we're solving that issue. And I really, again, I don't think the ADA is really what's gonna, I don't think that needs it. That's the tail doesn't need to wag the dog in this case. It's important, but it's already accommodated with the minimum, and we need more than the minimum. So I really, really strongly support, I know Maz, you mentioned not paving those areas. I think that's really important because I think that adding that much impervious surface is a disaster. I think that right now we have some breakups. And yes, there are areas where the full 8 feet on either side of the driving lane are paved, but they're interspersed with areas where it's not, where it's like gravelly or, it might be weedy, whatever, but it's not, it's permeable surface. So it's mix and match, and you break it up. You don't get this long kind of delivery of water at accelerated, concentrated water that's like sheeted off of the surface of the road, and it's now collected in a curb and gutter along the curb, and it's like shuttled straight down the road. You get breaks, and yeah, you get ponds, it's like you get puddles and stuff like that last, but it's better than shuttling a lot of water really fast at heavy precipitation times to an area that already is having flooding issues at the end of Poplar. And it creates a maintenance nightmare too, because you're collecting everything in a curb and gutter along. That means all the sediment and everything, it can't wash as easily over into unvegetated area or into vegetated area, excuse me. And so you're collecting and sending that all down into your culverts. So it's just going to be a lot more like maintenance. And I think that's actually where your lawsuit is going to come, is like sending a lot of concentrating a lot of stormwater is not a great idea. So I don't think that's helpful. And so I think that's actually, and that was part of the reason why I was asking about like how much paved area and how much water are we talking about? And I appreciated your questions, Commissioner Benjamin. I kind of politely beg to disagree about that there won't be more water making its way to the west end of Poplar in this project area at Railroad, because of exactly what I just said. There are, without any, like you're basically just sending it now all down there with an unbroken curb and gutter. And there's really no good reason for having all of that curb and gutter. Honestly, I'm not seeing where that provides a benefit. And so, that's a big concern in my opinion, because I drove around ill-advisedly on Monday, and I got to see what was happening in our neighborhood and then over on the other side of Poplar, which is the east side. And then I got to see what's happening over in kind of behind Main Street and stuff like that. And the areas where it's all paved and very wide, they had a lot more like water flowing rapidly, like in deeper ways than the area. They're still like puddling and stuff like that. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm just saying that I don't think that paving more is going to help anything. As far as the east side goes, I fully agree with the comments from the speaker that it is not acceptable to what's proposed in terms of traffic calming. And I think you've already acknowledged that needs work. But I just think that, yeah, I don't see the point of, I think it's a valid point. Like, why would we cut down the trees if we really don't have, if you're basically saying you're going to plant no more trees that are not going to grow in for a while anyways. I didn't exactly understand the logic. The setup didn't make sense. I now understand that the entire north side on the east part of Poplar, the north side of the street, that gray area, which wasn't labeled in the plans, is actually supposed to be a sidewalk. But if I look at it, there's literally in the center of the sidewalk, every, 10, 20 feet, I can't tell exactly. There's tree boxes or tree wells, I guess, which seems like a horrible idea, because then you basically are paving around, like, why not just plant the trees and not do the paving? Because you basically have, I guess it's a 5-foot sidewalk is what I'm understanding it. And now it's broken up. Literally there's big tree wells in the sidewalk. So it's not a great place for people to walk. And you've just created a lot more impermeable surface. So it didn't make sense to me. I think that widening that road is especially, actually anywhere, creating wider road, like paved area is a bad idea. I think that's counter to, it will actually increase traffic very strongly. I'm concerned, I totally hear and I understand that working with Caltrans on the Poplar and Highway 1 intersection is a challenge or is an uncertain area and we can't know what's going to happen. I do wish there was a better, or at least you had some suggestion for how to connect bicyclists coming from Poplar, because technically my understanding is that I've been told bicyclists are supposed to go with the cars, right, through the light. I don't do that. That's scary. I use I push the little button and get a walk signal for myself because you can't even be seen as you're coming over. And so I just, there's no real way to connect the bikes from Poplar to that little crossing signal. So even though I know that's going to change, I think it's worthwhile trying to think on both sides. That's not just the west, it's the east side too. How do you help bicyclists navigate that? Because realistically, kids on bikes need to push a button. They can't stand there. There's no way they can bike next to a car across that intersection. You feel so unsafe, and it is unsafe. So I think that needs to be at least even though I know it's a temporary situation, it needs to be addressed. I'm sorry, I know I'm talking a lot, but I feel like there's a lot of feedback. I kind of, after now that I really understand what's going on, that I kind of have. So I spoke about the curb.
You're doing great.
I really so one thing that I really, really like is I like bulb outs. I think that's great. I didn't really know that that's what they're called. But I think that it makes sense, the bulb out that, for instance, is proposed for those two really big trees. I think that there's a lot of opportunity to do bulb outs for other trees that are along that aren't quite there, but are actually getting pretty darn big. So I think that that's an opportunity to keep the street narrow. I don't think you need to worry about parking. I would suggest, when I was thinking about having the pathway on one side of the street, I would say, okay, maybe you aren't going to have parking on the south side of the street or the north side, whichever side, in this case, I guess it would be the south side. That's fine. I think, you're going to have to, you want to make space for actual good pedestrian, non-motorized access. And so sacrificing some parking, which has clearly not been not a priority for this project, is okay. And so that also, by doing bulb outs around those bigger trees that are further, I think all of the ones that I'm thinking of are further east of the two really big ones, maybe in the 300 and 400s block. I can't remember exactly, but bulb outs would be a great way to make the road narrower and keep that look without having broad expanses of pavement. And the pavement, I would have suggested removing pavement, frankly. I really don't, I think that it's just, it's kind of it's not a good fit, frankly, for our drainage, as well as the kind of the needs of creating a street that feels narrower, basically, for the driver, so they have to go a little slower. So I think I'm gonna take a breath, and I also want to reiterate something that Commissioner Gorin pointed out. I do think this is a really important project. I would love to see a really nice path come down Poplar. This is a very personal thing. I love seeing how happy people are when they come down Poplar and they see they want to take pictures and stuff like that. And so I want to make it safe. And I think this is a super important project, and but it does need to, in my opinion, go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I want to give both Commissioner Gorin and Vice Chair Polgar a chance to reflect and bring anything else back because this is indeed an important project. Let me offer a few of my own thoughts that aren't redundant. First, I want to say thanks to staff for bringing us this. It doesn't sound like it's got knocked out of the park, but we needed a starting place, and I think we got that. And I want to thank the members of the public who took the time to engage and give us what I thought was really incredibly polite and constructive feedback that clearly was coming from the heart. And after doing this planning commission gig for 16 years, you learn when people are doing it for one reason or another. And tonight I heard it coming from the heart. It was really nice. I didn't hear the ringing BPAC endorsement that often accompanies projects that follow their vision or develop that consensus and implement it. So we know there's some more work to do here. And I don't think it's a surprise. I think we all know that. I want to start by agreeing with with Vice Chair Polgar. I want to be clear that my questions about drainage were not an attempt to raise and then resolve the concern. Perhaps I was being too careful to frame my questions as being informational. Brittany, I gave you a photograph of the drainage at the western end of Poplar. If you could pop that one up, do you know the one I'm thinking of? That shows the water entering the culvert. So remember, it wasn't too long ago that we did our work as a city making the stairs work there at the end of Poplar. And I just want to point out, if you look in there, it looks to me like there's already some incision in that area. And Brittany, if you could show the other picture of the stairs looking up at them, you can see the erosion in that area as well. I realize that neither of these are in the project area. Thank you, Brittany. And I only wanted to bring them out to point out that erosion is not a problem until it is. And I see erosion beginning to be a problem before it is in these locations. That's why I'm so concerned about getting a clear view of the sediment transport that's taking place in any proposed change in the project. And the questions I was asking that involved changes of groundwater to sheet flow or sheet flow to entrainment or gutter to culvert are all about the hazards of smoothing the flow and increasing the rate at which water is moving, because it will go through this alternating cycle of having a bed load and then dropping it when it hits sediment, and then it's going to fill up again. And these are really hard problems to fix. The best way we can fix them is by not causing them. So I agree with you that less pavement is probably a good idea here. And if we need to address drainage, let's begin by remembering that drainage means different things to different people, right? Some people think drainage is about getting rid of the puddle in the yard, in their side yard. Other people think drainage is about not creating an erosion problem or not destabilizing a bank or something like that. I share Vice Chair Polgar's bad judgment. On Monday, I went out and walked in the drainages north of Highway 1 in a few places. And there's no question that where there's a lot of impervious surfaces, there tends to be a lot of water. And to address that, in some cases, things have been channelized. And my concern is that Poplar is a linear channel, and it's carrying a minimal in the Department of Fish and Wildlife area. It's linear, and that means it's going to go faster. If there were an opportunity to address drainage in a way that anticipates the impact when it leaves the project area and goes out into the jurisdictional areas, I hope that we can find a way not to entrain it, whether it's holding tanks as has been envisioned in some areas of town, or maybe just enabling sheet flow and ground flow. Bulb outs might, create some rain garden opportunities. I don't know. I appreciated the comments about the absorption and slowing effects of vegetation. And frankly, that's one of the things that I think we lose if we add additional impervious surfaces here. Those beautiful cypress trees are living things. And the sad truth is eventually they will be dying things. And if we bank our design on a snapshot of what they look like today, and we sort of don't anticipate the cypresses or the other vegetation that's going to maintain the iconic quality of the street, then I think that we are not serving future generations. As I have said before, most of our constituents haven't been born yet. And future generations will thank us if we make sure that there are cohorts of trees that are aging, reaching different stages of maturity at different times. That was one of the suggestions that struck me on the east side of Highway 1, that perhaps when we do these plantings, they can be staggered in, with different types of trees or different times of planting, so that we could maintain a succession of trees that when some die, as they will, because that's what trees do, there are other trees left, and we're not left with a barren patch, or we're looking at dead trees that have to be cut down en masse because they're perceived to be a hazard to the public. With respect to traffic circles, I like them too. Poplar is a beach location that serves a lot of different kinds of traffic. And I just want to be sure, this is not me saying it won't work, but if we do them, I want to be sure that the horse trailers or the other things that come down and park at Poplar are able to use the street. And I realize that there's a tension between having enough capacity for them to get in and out at one level and having a narrow enough road that we're not increasing the velocity or we're making drivers feel safe going at higher speeds at another level. So I want to understand how we manage that. And, if it turns out that a different solution is the right thing, I'm open to hearing it, but I hope it can be made to work, especially with these nice bulb out ideas. The gentleman who spoke, it was Ayad, I think, who was talking about bulb outs as a tool for decreasing the speed of cars as they come around a traffic turn. I like that idea. I'd like to understand how it would work with a horse trailer. I hope that it will. One of the comments that we heard from staff was that when the landscaping goes in, there'd be an initial period where the city is, as the project sponsor, is focused on establishing the vegetation. And at some point, if I heard it correctly, we'd be looking to the members of the public in the neighborhood to provide some type of funding or some type of maintenance. And I was a little soft on exactly what that meant. As I understand it, this is all at the right of way. I live on a street with a 60-foot right of way, and I would love to have traffic circles. I'm a little envious of you guys getting all that attention. And if somebody said, you've got to pay for the planters to be watered, I'd do it in a heartbeat. But I wouldn't map my assumptions onto you. And I just want to be more clear about what the different financial trade-offs would be, so that the public knows what they're getting, especially when it's all in the right of way as opposed to, a tree strip and an easement on somebody's property. Let's see, I'm going to catch my breath for a minute and give Commissioner Gorn or where did you go? Things are moving around here. Or Vice Chair Polgar a chance to weigh in a second round. Anybody want to take another round? Yes, David.
I'm pretty done. I just wanted to say one more thing, which is one of the things that I've been so impressed about about how this city staff works is how informed everyone is on just about every project. And maybe I'm overstating the obvious, but in this case, it seems like you just want to make an extra effort to include the neighbors and get that feedback. That's all. Just because a few of them seem to have missed it and they had a lot to say. So that's all. Thanks.
So making sure the public gets their engagement. Okay. And Vice Chair Polgar.
I don't have anything else. And I did want to acknowledge, as someone who in my work has had to deal with big gaps because of the pandemic, I see the challenge of having that big gap. And in this project that is really hard. So I just wanted to acknowledge that because it's a big deal in trying to pull a project like this, excuse me, to the stage. So, but I don't have anything additional in terms of thoughts. And I appreciated your thoughts, Commissioner Benjamin, just now about drainage and the kind of the concerns about erosion as well. I hadn't even thought about that. And then also I did want to, I hadn't thought about horse trailers, but actually I had assumed, maybe I do have one more comment, is that I had assumed that the traffic circles work for emergency vehicles. Okay, yeah. So I assumed that was the case. So yeah, thank you very much though. Okay.
I had one question for Commissioner Bourne, since he lives in the Frenchman's Creek neighborhood. And Russo Francaise is an interesting example of a fairly narrow street, or at least my impression of it is narrow. There are here and there a few side parking spaces that are available. And I wonder what your impression is about whether that contributes or detracts or emphasizes the narrowness of the street. How do you think it affects, and I realize as Director Dowdy would say, when it comes to traffic, everybody's a traffic engineer. So I'm asking you to put on your traffic hat and give me your impression about whether a parking arrangement like that adds value in terms of vehicle speed or no impact.
Well, it's a small sample size. It's a little, street's not very big. I would say there's the speed bumps really help. But and there just aren't that many parking spaces along the side. It does give you the impression of openness, and that you can, like the speed bump comes at you a little faster than you would have come up on it a little slower. And so in that way, it does affect it a little bit. But with Poplar, it's a little different because it's a straightaway, and ours is like these little curvy streets, and whatever, and it's just one little spot that's a straightaway. But on Poplar, if you see a big wide street, you're going to bomb down it, I would say. So.
Okay, yeah, I was just kind of reaching around to try to.
Not exactly what expert opinion, though.
What might be out there, you never know. Okay, I think staff, I don't know if we want to dialogue or you want to take it back. I see John, you wanted to have the floor. That's agreeable with the commissioners. You've got it.
Thank you. Obviously, we're disappointed. We're disappointed that we didn't perhaps meet the mark for some of you. Although I want to say a few things. One, this is a situation, this is a project in which there were basically 70 engineers or more with the property owners, and everybody had a different opinion. And this is the difficulty in trying to do public works projects through through a permitting process. No one else does this except those in the coastal zone. And there's a reason why that is because it's extremely difficult to do this type of work and design work. We've spent $200,000 to get to this point. And at some point you have to say enough is enough and we move forward. And I just want to put in perspective that we have spent general fund money at that rate to get to this point, and in part and main part because this required a significant amount of massaging around all of the many needs, demands, and expectations of various property owners, and everyone is different. The north side, the south side, the east side. Whatever you look at and deal with it. And I think your own conversation tonight has reflected exactly this problem and this challenge. I would also point out that notices and there were a lot of property owners that aren't here tonight. And I hope that, again, to remind folks that those also are folks that you represent and deal with it, and their opinions were also shared during many public meetings and through a survey and all of that. And I'm not, they chose not to participate, and I wish they had participated just to hear additional voices in it. And even if they were telling us we did a crap job, I think that would have been positive as well. But that all being said, it's pretty clear to see that the commission wants to go to a redesign. I'm going to throw a monkey wrench into the works, and at this point, we have significant time challenges and time delays and issues with this. Besides that, we are going to continue to have this challenge for you guys, which I think is unfair to you, which is to have one person have to be pulled out, and participate in this because 3 conflicted commissioners. So the easiest thing I can say tonight is that the record is clear. We're open and willing to go and look at some additional revisions, modifications. But because of a timeline issue that we have to get to a construction point or not, beyond the fact that, in addition, this is really going to be a policy decision for the council to decide on whether they want to even fund the additional work. And we may, in fact, just walk away from the $1.2 million grant and call it good and done. And we've just, we have some work that's been done and dealing with that. So my request tonight would be a denial of this application. And in order that we can then appeal that and take it to the council, we can, again, not trying to bypass, this would provide those that were conflicted out tonight the full opportunity to participate in that process with the council. And I hope and believe that we will have some additional detail and plans that will be acceptable to each of you residing there and for the rest of the community. But we are at this point, and I cannot fathom coming back, having that conversation again, having the issues of having the pull out of the hat or not in this issue. And I think it's just unfair to you folks to do that, frankly. We are scheduled to talk to Council Mobility Subcommittee, to get some input on this project and particularly on the funding itself. And ultimately, again, an appeal and a process to them would provide the opportunity for them to weigh in and decide how much they go and forward. I can appreciate that probably is not going to be well received by you, perhaps. But this is, we discussed this in advance. And so this isn't something that's out of frustration, anger, or anything else. This is just out of reality of the circumstances and issues that we're faced with at this point. So that's where we would appreciate going. I just don't think that we can really benefit further from that deliberation and moving forward in a redesign and coming back. We had a bike pedestrian advisory committee. Some of you in this audience attended, some didn't attend for the entire length of time. There was information being, we have been out there for literally many meetings and a number of years talking about this. And at some point, I think, we're perhaps need to stop dropping money and time and effort into this and move forward on a different project, frankly.
Thank you, John. Colleagues, I have, so maybe one question for Winter. Is this public works project sufficiently large that the Coastal Act allows an appeal of a denial? Oh, it's a local issue. So maybe that's not an issue. It's anyone can be aggrieved. Who would be the aggrieved party who would do the appealing here?
Well, it's perhaps a little unusual because the city is the applicant, but if there was a denial, then the city would appeal the Planning Commission denial to the City Council.
I see. Normally, when we do denials, we're careful to craft our findings for the basis of denial. I don't want to artificially draw out this process, and I don't want to presume that my colleagues are ready to support a resolution or support a motion that a resolution for denial be developed. So maybe the first question I should ask is to plumb my colleagues and see what they would like to do with this. So Vice Chair Polgar.
Yeah, I was actually going to make a comment that I don't feel prepared to make a denial, in part because I feel like that the feedback we got was that there was a need for changes to accomplish the project goals. I'm a little dismayed, though, to hear that the comments about how there's 70 different engineers, where at the BPAC meeting just about a month ago, where it was presented the consensus feedback from the community, that was presented, and that's exactly what we heard from the community members who spoke. I felt like I was trying to present, my feedback based on that, on the goals of the project, and that's the consensus feedback about, what's the priorities here, slowing traffic. It's, so I feel like that's, I get that there's a lot that went into that, but I do feel like the community gave us consensus feedback. And then they provided comments just now about how it didn't meet those requirements or that feedback or the goals of the project. So I feel like I don't want to, but on the other hand, I didn't come at this with like, oh, let's deny the project. I'd assume, I'm not ready for that. I think that this is an item that needs to be continued. I get that maybe it makes sense if we don't pursue the funding, if we don't continue for that funding if that's a decision. But I don't see where out of this public meeting, I would do anything. For me, it's a continued item. So that's where I stand, because I see that there was a lot of feedback provided about how to, what to look at to make this meet the requirements of the project, as well as the consensus feedback from the community.
Thank you. Commissioner Gorn.
Well, I really don't see how having 3 commissioners needing to recuse really created much of a problem. I don't think that was a problem. I think it was handled really well. And I think the discussion was a good one, and everything was kind of totally above board on it. I don't think it would be a problem to do that again. So I think the decision about whether you pull the plug on this project is, I guess, your decision. But I think we should do as a planning commission what the planning commission should do, which is to continue this item and say that it's really important and we want to continue to work on it because it would be a win project. If it's, if it's the amount of money that you have to do the project is not worth it, then you scale down the project and just work on the traffic calming or whatever you do instead of make, the giant pedestrian pathway or the bike pathway or whatever. Like, you got to do something to help that neighborhood. And this would be a help. So I don't really see that, that it's the Planning Commission's. I know you want to take it to the City Council and overrule the Planning Commission. I guess that's what we're doing. We're trying to do. But I don't think it's the Planning Commission's place to say, this is a dead project. We want to kill it. We deny it. And we don't deny it. And I think it's really important. So,
Sure.
How I feel.
So just thank you. I want to give Director Ikas and then Director Dowdy another bite at the apple.
Good evening. You have a hard one before you tonight, Commission. Can you hear me? I have new audio tonight. I just thank you. We've been thinking through some options, and what's really important is that this commission has done a thorough review of this project and really listened to the community comments. I believe that you have identified specific design revisions that are needed for this project, and that quite a few of them, if not all of them, can be incorporated into a redesign. So one option for you could be to direct staff to redesign the project, or to take this input that you had tonight and incorporate it into the next version of the design. And then we can keep moving with it to meet some of the timelines. It is an important project for the community. It's not going to get implemented though if it's not funded. So it's such a challenge, and we're sorry that puts you in a pickle. That isn't the way that we like to work with the Planning Commission. It is kind of the theme of a couple other projects you're going to have tonight, where there's just some really hard time constraints. But if you could, along the lines of our pro tem chair Benjamin, thinking through the findings that could be associated with such a motion, I just wanted to offer that to you as one choice, because your review tonight is really important and it needs to be captured in any decision that you make. We definitely want to see that run with the project going forward.
Thank you. Director Dowdy.
So thank you, and I do appreciate the comments. There is nothing in my request for this action is intended to try to bypass or do anything. You have provided an incredible amount of input throughout the process, frankly, many of you, and I think as Jill indicated, we have a lot of input and some things, and we've identified some areas that we've suggested that we can make these revisions. That being said, to Commissioner Gorn, we have a grant funding that was tied into specific improvements and specifically related to the type of grant that we received. We cannot just pick and choose and pull the arms off and legs off and check and around and do Mr. Potato Head on this. We have to meet those obligations and everything with that deal. So it's not as simple as just saying, well, let's do this only. If I could, we would probably have done that, but it requires a holistic approach. But frankly, the complete streets concepts that were put out and mandated by the state requires that complete package of things. Stormwater protection, stormwater treatment, bicycle, pedestrian. So, that's something that we don't have the luxury of dealing with this, and everything is always about money. I don't want to, I want to be clear. It's always about money. This will require at least $1 million more of city general funds to implement on the basic phase one project that we're dealing with, not even both sides of the street. This is why, we're dealing with this. And this is why ultimately the council is going to have to weigh in on, as a public policy, or whether they want to even look at allocating that money. And frankly, at some point we have to go to them and talk to them about that. But, ultimately, I've never, this is a first I've ever had to do, was to, as an applicant, ask for denial, and also say that it as much as we want to work and deal with that, I'm struggling with the issue is that we could spend another month, 2 months, 3 months working with the Planning Commission to get a design that we all really, that you feel more comfortable with. I don't say you'll love it maybe, but you're comfortable with. We will miss our window of opportunity to basically get to construction documents, get to bid, and get ultimately to construction, which is where we're committed to under this grant. And we could spend all that additional funding, all that additional time, and get nowhere closer to actually having a project. And we will have to answer to that as why we lost $1.2 million grant on this issue. And that's the struggle I'm at. I don't enjoy being in this position tonight and everything with that deal. And you didn't put me there. No one did, other than the challenges and the issues of what we have in terms of process and procedures with that. But this is kind of where we sit and why I'm asking for something that's unconventional and not desired by anybody, including staff in this. So this is not something that, again, that I take lightly or want to deal with.
Fair enough. Thank you. I appreciate the comments. Well, colleagues, one of the nice things about being in the chair is that you have to make the motions.
I'm sorry. So I didn't understand exactly what you just said. I couldn't hear you.
I was asking for a sense of. It seems to me we have two different courses here. Mm-hmm. One is to. I don't think we're going to make a finding for denial on the fly. So one motion could be to continue to develop findings for denial and articulate those in a way that we can bring back a strong finding to support the denial. The other approach is to continue the item with direction for redesign and ask that the project come forward, acknowledging that staff could withdraw the project, and very well may.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, of course.
Has this ever been before the planning? I mean, I'm new. So has this ever been before the Planning Commission before?
This project? No, not to my knowledge.
So we're being presented with a project that we either need to approve or deny, is basically what you're saying. Is what?
I can think of at least one example where the applicant has requested a denial. That was the Beechwood project.
Yeah,
they got the denial.
Yeah.
Yes, Vice Chair Holgar.
So I would make a motion for continuing with direction for redesign. And let me. So I'll make that. I guess I have to make the motion, but then can we have some? I'd like to make some explanation of why I'm saying that. Yeah.
We can have discussion after the motion. Why don't you repeat your motion?
So it was for option B of what you said, which was continuing with direction for redesigning. I mean, based on our direction from tonight and what we heard.
So we're gonna. Okay. So Commissioner Gorn, are you seconding the motion? For purposes of discussion, I'll get to you in a moment, John.
Talk about it. I would second that. I just don't really see the alternative. I don't see the pressure to deny. I don't understand. Maybe I don't understand the pressure to deny, but it seems really counter.
I'm going to conjecture that a denial would result in an appeal that would give the council a chance to potentially approve the project and do it within a window where the money that John was mentioning would still be available. But that's me.
Right.
That's me framing what I think might be the
also
approach.
Basically giving him a chance to skirt the planning commission is what.
Yeah, I wouldn't be pejorative that way, but
okay.
I think I understand your point. Yes, Joe, I'm sorry.
Right.
Through the chair, two things. First of all, our city manager, Bob Nisbet, is here to address the commission. And I do want to revisit, no one's intention is to skirt the planning commission. It was to get your comments and to incorporate them into any redesign. So
I misspoke. Sorry about that. I misspoke.
No, it's okay. It's for the community members listening. I just want to be careful.
And I'll invite the city manager in just a moment, but I saw Vice Chair Polgar's hand. Yes, Commissioner.
Sorry, my little square was moving around. I just wanted to address why I feel it's very important, because I think that to go this path of continuing for redesign, I think that there is very clear direction on kind of the what so what's needed basically. So I don't think that, and I think that it was, as everyone said, it came from a really good spot from wanting to see the goals of this project completed and accomplished. I think that it's totally appropriate for it to come back. And I understand the funding challenge because of the timing. But the reality is that if as one of the speakers said, we get one chance. And so I'm not willing to say, okay, let's go forward with potentially the existing project, which we definitely heard today didn't meet that had a lot of issues, right? I feel like that's not what we're supposed to be doing as a planning commission. It needs to come back and have a second review. And if that imperils getting funding, then it's like, I mean, basically we have a situation where we're being offered, I feel like I'm being offered a pair of new shoes, but they're 4 sizes too small. So I got to cut my toes to get my feet to fit in. And by the way, they're like tap shoes. So they aren't really solving my problem of like hiking or walking on the trail. I just feel like it's like, I don't think that's appropriate for a project that is going to be permanent, basically, and so that's why I think that it's actually imperative that it's a continuance with with redesign, because that's what we just determined was needed. That's our job as Planning Commission. And we did it.
Okay, thank you very much. So there's a motion and a second on the floor, but we'll have to restate because we don't have findings that are actionable yet, I think. But before we go any further, I understand that the city manager is here and he might want to share a word or two. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. And I too apologize for you being put in this position, but unfortunately, here we are. So I do feel compelled to speak tonight, given everything that's been said in the last 30 minutes. But I will have to underscore the comments made by the Public Works Director and Jill, the Community Development Director, that we strongly request that you deny this project tonight, given the circumstances. And if you don't, I will probably be forced to then withdraw the project. So I realize that doesn't seem fair, but the circumstances have all been laid out, and here is where we are. So I do not feel it's probably appropriate to bring this project back to this group, given the circumstances. So that is my strong recommendation. And one way or another, I'm forced to bring this to the council to have them decide from a policy level what they want to do now.
Just a point of clarification, Bob, because your voice broke up a little bit. You're asking for a denial. Did I hear you say you're asking for a denial tonight?
Yes.
So not at our next meeting, but tonight.
That would be preferred, yes.
Does it preclude you from moving to the city council if we get our ducks in a row and bring it up at our next meeting?
Well, we have a time constraint, so I guess I'm not fully understanding if the commission were to move ahead with a denial tonight, why we would need the extra time. I'm not understanding that.
Yeah, my question is, if we took the time to craft a denial with findings, in my experience, that process usually takes a little bit of work at the staff level, that we articulate the reasons, and it gets a legal review, and then as a result of that process, we bring a clear basis and policy for making our choices.
Chair, can I please say something? You do that because you're worried about being sued. I don't think we're in a position as the city to sue itself on this project. The reason why you formulate those very clearly and closely is for the very reason of avoiding litigation. That is not the case in this instance. I just have to point that out.
Thank you for pointing that out. I will agree with you. That is one reason. That is not the only reason, in my opinion, however. It also sharpens our focus so that if the council or the appellate body, whoever that might be, were hearing the basis for the decision, they understand why we reached that decision. So there's an element of craft in that. And the goal here is not to exercise a pocket veto, which is why I was asking the question of Bob, is if we take the time to clarify what our feelings are and put that into motion, does it preclude you from acting in a way that are we foreclosing the council's prerogative to make a decision that captures the funding or not?
Well, Mr. Chair, as I said, I would prefer a denial tonight. I don't see it, I guess, the way you see it. I see it more the way John sees it. The commission can certainly make a motion and vote to deny the project without putting a lot of thought into findings. It can be done, and I don't see the problem with it.
I see. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for the thought. I appreciate the opinions. I'm going to bring it back to my colleagues now if there is no further comment from staff on this. And we have a motion on the floor to continue, but it's not articulated in a way that there's a basis. I heard from staff that they're saying, you don't really need a basis if you want to deny. You can just deny and you don't have to worry about getting sued because the city is not going to sue itself. I hope I've summarized the points accurately.
Mr. Chair, let me try again. I do generally believe time is of the essence. John spelled out, the circumstances that we're under. And so I do generally believe time is of the essence here. So without having a perfect schedule in front of us or an exact knowledge of when we would lose the funds, I think we have to work with a sense of urgency and acknowledge that time is of the essence. And so there are some higher level policy questions that I believe the council has to reconsider on this project. And so any time we take to get there, I think we are wasting time in getting to the council to decide if they want to proceed with this project. And by denying the project, you correctly stated that then that allows the council to make the final decision. And they were the ones who directed this project. They directed this project 4 years ago. They directed the grant, and it's been in the CIP ever since. If there's been some change in heart by the council or the community, and we don't want to proceed, then the council needs to make that decision. But at this point, if there are some things that can still be redesigned or tweaked, we received the feedback tonight. We heard from the community. We've been working on this for 4 years. The council can give us their feedback, and they have the authority to then override and issue the CDP, and the project can proceed without jeopardizing the grant.
Anything else? Okay, so we're going to bring it back to the commission then. And let's see. One more time, John. You're muted.
John, you're muted. John.
Sorry, I apologize. I know it's late for everybody. The motion, there was a motion and second on the floor, I believe, and so I think your attorney will tell you need to do something with that ultimately, and you've had debate and discussion. If you're going to continue this, there is no reason to continue it to any earlier than February. And frankly, so I just say, because there is, with the holidays, everything going on, there's just not a possibility that we will be able to address the issues that you're looking at and have done with that. And that again puts us in, once again, a very tight timeline, because again, this is appealable to the council, regardless of whether it would be the city or not. It could be an individual that appeals it. It could be then also appealed beyond that point. And this is what we're looking at in terms of the entitlement. And that assumes in February that what we've done is acceptable to the commission. So we might as well be honest about, what kind of date that we're looking at. And if you're going to move forward with the motion that's on the floor, then February, the first meeting in February is the earliest that we would want a continuance to. Again, the reason why we were asking for the denial, not because we wanted to, but again, because of the expedition of that deal, we can get to the council earlier than that point. We can do some of the, look at redesign and deal with those issues. And again, we're then looking at only one additional possibility of not contingent, but appeal, and looking at the timeline we're dealing with. So this is the struggle that we're in, trying to get to the point of award of construction on this. And again, I'll shut up. I'm sorry.
No apologies are needed. There are no enemies here. There are strong, I get it. No, please don't take it personally. We don't take it personally. So let me just in the service of discussion, I wonder if, so first of all, that's your motion, Commissioner Gorn. You've got the floor. What do you want to do with it?
Well, I seconded it, is what I did, but I have a question.
Oh, you're right.
Sorry. I've never been here before. I've never heard of this before. So I'm wondering why the Planning Commission can't do what it normally does, which is say, just go back to the drawing board on this, and that the city that doesn't like it, and with time running out, why can't the city still take this to the city council and say, we need some input about, from a policy point of view, about what you want to do with this, and that we're running out of time, and that the Planning Commission is coming back next, meeting soon or whatever. I don't understand why the city can't prioritize that for the city council, bring it before the city council and have them discuss it from a policy point of view.
From your lips to City Attorney King's ears.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. This is not something that I think maybe any of us have encountered before. I think, in this case, the Planning Commission, I'm sorry if you can't hear me. Hold on, let me put in my extra. I'm running out of juice here at 10:18. That this is a decision that is handled by the Planning Commission in the first instance. So the typical course, of course, would be for the Planning Commission to make a decision up or down or conditioned. And I think as Community Development Director Ika suggested earlier, there could be, if the Planning Commission were so inclined, a denial with a list of the concerns the Planning Commission had and a finding that based on these concerns, you couldn't make the findings of consistency with the land use plan policies, things along those lines. Again, I think this is the Planning Commission's decision. That's your motion. And I think that I I think that there could be some concerns given that the normal course is to have the Planning Commission decide first to skip over that step. But I mean, that is something that I could take a look into, and maybe even during this meeting, if there's more discussion of the motion, I could look into that.
So as a thought, oh, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Polgar, your hand is up. My mistake.
Yeah, well, I'll let you, why don't you go ahead, since it sounded like you were going to respond to that. But I do have some more thoughts, and I wanted to.
Yeah, so another way to obtain a continuation on this item, one way would be for us to continue the item, to elaborate on the motion that's in front of us now. Counterintuitively, another way that we might be able to move the item forward is for us to deny the motion and send it to a city council that wants to hear it. The only way I know, if I'm here staff accurately, that the project really goes down in flames is if they make good on what it sounds like is a likely outcome, that the project wouldn't be considered if it were delayed too much. But whether that's February or is too late or not is a little unclear. That's not a combative or a deception kind of accusation. It's just, I don't have clarity yet, and I don't think they do either. So that was all I was going to say.
So my issue with this is that we held a public meeting to review this project. And now we have specific input on how it should be redesigned. And the path that potentially would be taking would not necessarily require that be taken into account. If the project can't go forward because of delays, that's too bad, frankly. That is unfortunate. It's really unfortunate, but that is reality. And that, and I feel very strongly that the proper approach is that we continue this and get, with redesign based on the feedback. I mean, that is the whole public process that we are doing. And the reality is that if we're trying to push it forward without guaranteeing that we're like we're not like the mechanisms we're talking about are not actually making this process, making this project integrate the feedback that we've given. That is not, I don't see that happening. It's very possible. I hear that the city council would say, we're going to pull this, right? But who knows? And so then if it gets, if we deny it, without reason, in my opinion, I mean, that's just I see it as a point of convenience when yes, this is inconvenient to have to go down this way, but this is what the process was. And I feel like we are skirting around it. And so I am not comfortable with going through a denial. I think that this is a continuation. I understand fully the risks that the project we may miss out on the funding, but it's a much bigger risk if the project went forward as is without incorporating a redesign. That's a big risk. And regardless of if it would have to go through redesign. I mean, that's what we learned tonight, is that it needs to be redesigned. And so that is unfortunate, but I am not comfortable with doing a denial to kind of allow us this possibility, solely because we need to keep this money on the hook when it's at the risk of moving a project forward that is not, as we've heard today, acceptable. So I feel very strongly. I'm not removing my. I gave my motion to stand. Yeah, I'm not.
Very good. Commissioner Gorn, you're keeping your second, or do you have second thoughts? See what I did?
I second the motion.
Okay. In that case, we need a elaboration to a date certain That date is the first meeting in February, which is
January 11th.
February 11th.
January, but
January.
February 8th.
February 8th.
February 8th.
February 8th.
Correct.
Okay.
John,
And
Daddy.
do you feel that you have, staff, do you feel like you have an understanding of the underlying issues from the conversation? I'm seeing a yes from Maz, and I see Bob holding up his hand, but that's not a thumbs up. I think he wants to speak. Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I appreciate the comments Commissioner Fuller just made about not being comfortable with the circumstances in front of her. But there are other circumstances that I am also not comfortable with. And I did not want to bring this up as a second reason, but I will. So I am not comfortable with this project returning to the Planning Commission, given the conflict of interest circumstances that we find ourselves in.
Thank you. We appreciate your sharing the concern. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Could you please call the question, Bridget?
Commissioner Gorn?
So I'm voting to approve this motion, right?
Yeah, to approve continuing the item to
Yes.
February 8th. That was an aye?
Yes. Okay. Commissioner Benjamin?
Yes.
Vice Chair Polgar?
Yes.
Motion's 3-0. Approved.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I appreciate the difficulty of this decision. But sometimes it just flies that way. We'll have another helping of that momentarily. Jill, do you want to jump right into the next item, or how are we schedule-wise tonight?
I think we should just keep moving. Doug Garrison is the project planner for the next item. And we know the applicant is waiting in the wings. And we also believe there's some neighbors here. We need to bring our commissioners back and our chair.
Correct.
Chair Reddick, welcome back.
Thank you.
This is on his way.
It's going to be a tough act to follow.
Back to you, Steve.
All right. Thank you, commissioners, for
Good job, Jimmy.
hanging out. And I think we will carry on and just let staff know when you need a break.
And vice versa.
Do we need a continuance?
Yes, we do.
I make a motion I'm taking off my me hat and putting on the we hat, and I'm making a motion to continue the meeting to 11:30.
Give a second.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gorn.
As long as it's uneventful, yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Yes.
Commissioner Polgar.
Yes.
And Chair Reddick.
Yes.
Motion approved. Okay, go ahead. I think Doug is ready.
Good evening. I'm Doug Garrison, Senior Planner for City of Half Moon Bay. I'm the project planner for this project. This is a request for a permit extension for file number PDP 19021. This one gets a little bit confusing and it's late, so I'm just going to go through this pretty quickly. I know there are a couple of planning commissioners who were not on the commission when this came to the Planning Commission in 2019. This cell tower was sort of linked to a separate school district permit to install new football field lighting. It got a little complicated in that there was an existing cell antenna on one of the old light standards that had to be removed. And so the applicant, J5, representing AT&T, submitted a standalone permit application for a replacement tower that allowed the high school lighting project to go through. The high school lighting is not the subject on the agenda tonight. What's on the agenda is the request by J5 and AT&T to extend their permit while they work things out with the district to find a new location for their cell tower. So when this was at the Planning Commission in 2019, there were some concerns raised primarily about the location of this tower by some of the planning commissioners, as well as some neighbors to the north. And what the Planning Commission did to address those concerns was they approved this permit, but they put a term limit on the use permit, which is for coastal development permits, a little bit unusual, but for use permits, it's fairly common. It's a way to assure that over time, the use is compatible with the neighbors. And there was an existing lease between AT&T and the school district that expired at the end of this year, January 31st. And so they linked this permit to that lease. And they added a condition, number D5, to that permit. It said the permit would expire on January 1st, 2022. And furthermore, if the applicant wanted to relocate the antenna to somewhere else on the school district property, they would have to submit an application by July 1st, 2021, so that we'd have time to review it and go to hearing. To date, we don't have an application. On November 11th, the applicant did request a permit extension. With that extension, there was a letter from the school district supporting an extension. I apologize for the quality of this. I intended to have a photo of the current cell tower, but under circumstances couldn't do it. This is something from Google Earth. You can see in that circle, the rectangulars are essentially where the ground-based cabinets are, and the cell tower does not show up on this photo, but it's at the toe of that slope, close to where those rectangles structures are. The new proposed location, I have not seen a plan for, but my understanding of what's being worked out between the applicant and the school district is in this general area. They can elaborate. But that's Lewis Foster Drive as you're driving up into the school. As you're turning into the front office area, you see the parking lot with solar panels to your left. To the right, I believe that's an ice skating rink. It would be somewhere in that general area. So the applicant requested a 2-year extension of the permit to allow time to work out a new deal with the school district to get through the entitlement process and construction. One of the things that sort of swayed staff on this was the school district letter supporting this notes that the school district, not just the high school, but I think most of the schools in Half Moon Bay, their infrastructure is somewhat dependent on this tower working. That includes their FirstNet services, which are important for emergency communications with first responders and that sort of thing. My understanding is that the applicant will be making a formal presentation to the school board in January, and they may have given a very quick one tonight during the public comment period. I'm not sure about that. So in terms of where we go from here, staff is recommending, based on the whole picture, approval of an extension, although not just a blanket 2-year extension. We are recommending some enforceable milestones to ensure that things keep moving along. If these milestones are met, the application for new towers should be before the Planning Commission by late summer or early fall. And I'll get into this in a minute, but I just want to note that there is some federal law that imposes a hard 60-day time limit to take action on a new cell tower application. And based on some direction from the FCC a few years ago, they mean 60 days, and they do not consider deeming an application incomplete as a valid reason to not take action within 60 days. So next year, if that becomes an issue, we'll get together with the city attorney and see what that means, but that could change the timetable a little bit. We may have to bring it to the Planning Commission with a recommendation for denial if we don't have a good, complete application in a timely manner. So in the staff report, we included some draft language for that condition D5 that has the milestones in it. And that's really the subject for the Planning Commission tonight is, do you want to approve this extension or not? And if so, do you want to require some milestones that would be incorporated most likely into this use permit condition? And we're certainly open to discussion of what the appropriate language should be. Planning Commission may have some input there. But some of the language in here, I would note that our zoning ordinance requirements for submitting a cell tower application it's a pretty heavy burden on the applicant to submit a complete application. And that's why we note in here, we're expecting a well-prepared application. And we go on to note that we will promptly review it and determine whether it's complete or incomplete. And at this point, I think, given that 60-day requirement, we're generously offering them a single 30-day period to provide any additional documentation. As I mentioned earlier, if we can't figure out a way to sort of toll the 60-day period, that may go by the wayside and we may just go straight to hearing. And essentially, our goal is to get it to the Planning Commission and have a hearing. Like I said, by late summer, early fall. We came up with these milestones in consultation with the school district based on what they thought was feasible to get it through the school board. They did mention it could take 2 or 3 board meetings before they got some concrete result there. That's part of why this is going to take a while. And so that's the recommendation. We do have representatives from the applicant and from the school district. I would say tonight, Tuesday, December 14th, is a popular night for meetings. There was a school board meeting. There's also a board meeting for Coastside County Water District. We were a little concerned about getting everybody from those 2 agencies here in time for their items, but given the time spent on the first item, I'm pretty sure everybody's here and we're ready to proceed.
Well, thank you, Doug. Do we have any clarifying questions from commissioners? Commissioner Hernandez.
No, I don't have any comments. I was laughing at Doug's.
Okay, your hand is up. Joke. Maybe it's an old.
Oh, that's from before. I'll try to take it down.
Commissioner Gorn.
Can you explain why it has to be 2 years? That seems. I don't understand.
It can be anything the Planning Commission wants. That condition was imposed by the Planning Commission that the permit would expire. The applicant has requested 2 years. As I look at it, like I said, our goal is to get it back to the Planning Commission 6-7 months and get a decision as to whether this new permit would be approved or not. After that, it's a little bit out of the city's control because it's on school district property. It doesn't go through a normal building permit process. It has to go to the state architect's office, and that can be time consuming, is my understanding. And then also, if they do get to a construction phase, the school district typically has some issues with student safety when construction projects are going on. And so sometimes they have to sort of delay construction to time it when there's a school break or that sort of thing. So I think 2 years might be realistic given some of the uncertainties for the school district to actually authorize construction. But our goal at the city is to have our part of it done, by late summer, early fall.
I get it now. I didn't realize that it's a permit that covers through construction of the new tower, which...
Well, that's another scenario is there's kind of it would be, if a new location is approved, it would be desirable to have continuous coverage. If the permit expires for this one, they would have to potentially start decommissioning it, and there would be a lapse in coverage. And our goal is to move it along at a good brisk pace by government terms, but to ensure, for public safety that the communications are up and running.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Benjamin, you had your hand up. Is it still up?
I did. I probably should have thought better of it, but I'll just ask anyway. So in the draft proposal, I got the impression that you were asking that the conditions of the sequence of the recommendation from staff is that the sequence of progress milestones are a condition of the permit, and that the applicant would be in violation of the permit if they didn't hit those. And when I read condition D5 on the screen, June 1st, 2022 that's the 6-month target that I think we're talking about. And Commissioner Gorn mentioned 2 years. I'm pretty sure your recommendation isn't 2 years, right?
Our recommendation is to get it through the city process as soon as possible. And given that some of that revolves around getting agreement between the school district, the school board, and the applicant on a location, realistically, it's probably going to be late summer, early fall before we can get it to a planning commission hearing. Mm-hmm. At that hearing, if something gets approved, the planning commission has a clean slate to put conditions on that. Right. And they could put in some triggers for decommissioning the old one and constructing the new one at that time.
Right. Okay, I'm with you. And the part that I was thinking better of, but I'll probably just say it anyway, is that if I take it that there's not a plan B critical hub. If this hub goes down, there's no critical hub.
That's a question for the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Is the applicant, Vice Chair Polgar.
I have, hopefully it's not an inappropriate question, but I had a question about is the applicant, and maybe the applicant can answer this, once this process that you've laid out for the getting it through approval for the new location, is it in the applicant's interest to get it constructed and set up as quickly as possible?
Well, I can't necessarily answer that. I will say that when this was at the Planning Commission 2019, again, with a little bit different set of members, they were pretty adamant about this timeline. And so if the applicant's asking for an extension, I think we want it expedited if the Planning Commission chooses to approve it.
Is the applicant prepared to talk, Doug? I see one hand up.
Yes.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Yes. How can I help you?
Through the chair.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Doug, could you summarize the two options before us so we just have a little clarity? I'm having some problems getting Granicus to bring the agenda item back up.
Well, it's a request to extend their existing permit. You could deny that, or you could approve some version of an extension. And I think the Planning Commission has broad discretion as to what that approval would look like. Again, this draft language the staff put up is something that we developed in consultation with the district as to what seemed feasible. But the Planning Commission may have their own ideas as to what would be best.
So the city's negotiated in good faith with the school district, come up with something that you think has worked, gives you enough time because, this item was before us. I was here in 2019 when this item was before us. I recall this. And now you're like, well, it might take a couple more years. So we think this is the most conservative approach we can take. And this is what your recommendation is.
Yes, that's the staff recommendation after working with the school district on this is essentially what's in this condition and strike out and underline.
Got it. Okay.
And that's a starting point for the commissioners to, go where they want to.
I don't have any, having been through this particular item before, I don't have any questions for the school district or city staff. Any more clarifying questions?
Great. I was under the impression that someone from the district was going to speak about their ability and willingness to meet these enforceable milestones, but that's not a requirement.
I believe Jesus Contreras just escaped from the school board meeting. I believe he is available if Bridget sees his name.
Yeah, he's unmuted right now and he's available. Go ahead, Jesus, you can speak.
Welcome.
Good evening, commissioners, and I am Jesus Contreras. I want to just reiterate to you the work that we have been doing with the city and seeing that moving the tower from its current location to the proposed new location would be the best thing to do. That would be away from our children, and it would be away from our staff, and it would be the least intrusive into our and into the campus of Half Moon Bay High School. Now, the things that our board will need to consider is that those of safety. The first thing, the AT&T would have to come to our board and propose to our board any questions that they might have regarding safety of our students, of our staff. And they would need to present to our board the electromagnetic emissions that everybody might be, any readings. What is it that that tower is going to be doing? What's the benefit? And what are the potential challenges? And what are the potential I don't know if we can call them dangers that we might inquire by hosting that tower on the campus. And once that happens, which we mentioned to AT&T, they could address our board today during the comments and then come to a formal presentations with all the data that they can anticipate that they could put in front of our community, our board and our community to then be able to go into an agreement within the parameters that the commissioners would delineate. And then I see that this would be a time frame that could work to keep them on track. They addressed our board. They addressed the benefits, any challenges that there could be, and then that they would come back to the commission to help them delineate what is it that needs to occur for once our board approves it to be, if it is approved by our board, to be on the high school grounds. Then this type of timeline could help us see it happening. I know that they asked our superintendent said, okay, that's 2 years what you need. I think the details is what we need to go through, and those details can be worked out through this type of time frame.
That's very helpful, Mr. Contreras. Thank you for articulating your support of the timeline. I see other hands up among the attendees, so I'm going to open the public hearing on this item and ask Bridget to orchestrate our speakers.
Looks like we have two. So the first is Frank Garrity.
Welcome, Mr. Garrity.
Hi, thanks. And before you start the timer, I want to make it clear that we only have one computer in our home, but we have two speakers. So after I go, please restart the timer and allow Doreen to speak.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, so let me know when the timer starts there.
Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Chair Ruddock and Commissioners. My name is Frank Garrity. I am not here tonight to ask you to deny this extension. Instead, I'm concerned about both the planning approval process and the enforcement process as they apply to this CDP. As ordered by the Planning Commission, the condition of approval of the current permit states, quote, tree screening required and to be maintained, unquote. The tree screening that was present at the time of approval of the current permit and that was required to be maintained as a condition of approval was removed in June and July of this year, putting the current cell tower in violation of the permit. This is not a statement of opinion or a statement of emotion. It is a statement of fact. It seems to me that, in essence, tonight's request is to extend an invalid CDP. I would like to remind you of the story of the approval of the CDP that Doug went into a little bit. In the May 2019 Planning Commission meeting, the cell tower was listed on the agenda as a separate application and project from the new football light poles. You approved the new football light poles. It appeared that you were ready to deny the installation of the cell tower. You questioned CUSD, asking why the cell antennas could not be put back on the light poles where they were previously located. It turned out that CUSD, prior to approval of either the light pole CDP or the cell tower CDP, had already purchased light poles that could not support antennas with the intention of putting the antennas on a separate cell tower. This put the city and the Planning Commission in a very difficult position because the light poles and the cell tower, which had been submitted as two separate projects, were actually a single project. One could not exist or move forward without the other. You ended up approving the cell tower CDP. Allowing an applicant to essentially restructure two CDP applications into a single application during a meeting and without public comment created confusion and distrust. You made it a very clear condition that the permit would expire on January 1st, 2022, giving the applicant over 2.5 years to relocate the tower. You also instructed the applicant to apply for a new CDP 6 months prior to the expiration date. Well, here we are just 2 weeks prior to the expiration date, and the applicant wants to not relocate, but to extend the current permit, and they're asking for another full 2 years. Knowing that, even being given 2.5 years, the applicant has not complied with the conditions of the CDP, my request is, whatever you decide tonight, that you make the language stronger, less vague, and more quantifiable to ensure compliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garrity.
Okay. Next, we have Aaron DeLeo.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much, commissioners. I am Aaron DeLeo with J5, and a few things that I'd like to address. One was the amount of time that we're requesting of 2 years and why it could possibly take 2 years. There's an extensive permitting process that goes along with this project, including getting it designed and through the school board with an acceptable design, and then going through the planning process, and then the Department of State Architect, which can take 6 months in itself. There's also environmental compliance that we need to go through. So it makes it a very extensive project. I would doubt that it would take 2 years. We are fairly long into the process right now. We've identified a new site. We will be making that presentation to the school board within the next couple of weeks. And if approved, then we'll continue forward with our application to planning and moving forward with the rest of the permitting process. The timelines that you've laid out and the conditions of approval look achievable given where we are right now. I don't have the experience to speak to what happened with the previous permitting efforts that the previous speaker was speaking to. So sorry, I don't have that much experience with this project. I'm fairly new to it, but looking forward, I see a good path forward.
Oh, well, thank you, sir.
I do need to let, we do have one more public comment, and I apologize to Frank for moving on to the next person and knowing that he was the applicant. So let me move back one moment. Okay, Dorian, you can unmute and speak. There you go. Sorry about that.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, thank you. As you know, my name is Doreen Garrity, and Director Ekus wrote a brief recap about the football light poles in her letter attached to the cell tower CDP packet. And that is why I'm making the following comments during this agenda item. I also have comments about the cell tower. First of all, after the light poles were installed 2.5 years ago, I immediately notified Director Ekus about the unpermitted additional lights on the poles. They not only directed light downward, they directed light upward as well. In the past 2+ years, Director Ekus has informed me that Planner Garrison has been working with CUSD to turn the lights off or remove them. Why does it take CUSD 2.5 years to simply remove or turn off unpermitted lights? And then during the recent tree removal project, I was present during a very, very awkward conversation when Director Ekus mentioned the unpermitted lights to the CUSD landscape architect. The landscape architect stated the lights were on the permit application. The landscape architect claimed the city submitted the wrong drawings to the planning commissioners in May 2019 as part of the CDP application. This causes confusion and also causes distrust of the planning process of this particular CDP. The original CDP also had very vague, open-ended language regarding tree maintenance. Over two years after the original light pole and cell tower CDP approvals, the city allowed CUSD to use this vague language to remove 25 mature trees, severely pruning many other trees, and remove many shrubs. The removal of the trees, the severe pruning of the trees, and the removal of large shrubs has opened up the neighborhood to both the unpermitted lights on the poles and the massive industrial AT&T cell tower. CUSD and AT&T have again put you in a very difficult situation. I'm not sure what their explanation is as to why 2.5 years was not enough time to submit a new CDP application for a new cell tower location. AT&T is a large multi-billion-dollar company, and if they wanted to, could have completed this by now. If you approve this application to extend the deadline, please tighten up CUSD's deadlines. Also, please ensure that there is no vague or open-ended language that can cause further confusion or distrust. Thank you very much for listening tonight.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other attendees who would like to address the commission on this item?
I see no others.
Well, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and invite commissioners' deliberation. Commissioner Hernandez?
I would like to get city staff's feedback on the requirements around tree screening. I recall this conversation, but I'd like to understand what the city's expectations are around replacement of trees and future tree screening. Trees die, they're trimmed, things happen.
I can address that. At the 2019 hearing about the high school lights, and again, that's not really what's on the agenda tonight, we did send an update as a separate memo to the Planning Commission on a status of permit compliance for that project. But one of the things that came up that I was unaware of at the time was that on a previous project, the school district had an obligation to plant some trees along the northern side of the property. And some of those trees had died for a variety of reasons. And so in going out to, that was something that the neighbors brought to our attention. And so having gone out to the site, found the dead trees, we counted them, also noted that there were some Monterey pines that were well on their way to dying that really were a safety hazard for the neighbors as well as the school kids. And we brought that to the attention of the Planning Commission. And we added a requirement that the school district had to replant any of the previously planted trees that had not survived. We also noted that the area where the diseased trees were was not ESHA and could be handled as a separate tree removal permit, but it made sense to look at the whole thing a little more holistically since it was tied to earlier school district projects, which had an EIR and a supplemental EIR prepared. And so what we required was that they replace any additional trees, diseased, well, they had to submit a plan to us that identified any diseased trees that were going to be removed as a safety hazard. And the plan would also include all the plantings of trees to replace the ones that had died, where they would plant new trees for any that were cut down of the diseased ones. We worked very closely with the school district since then. One question as to why this has taken a couple of years is there was largely a complete turnover in the school district staff that we were working with. Jesus came on board like in the last year or so. And we've made a lot of progress since then. Their landscape architect came up with a plan. We've gone to the neighbors repeatedly with that. We've incorporated their comments. We've included larger trees than would be required by city ordinance. They've included a lot of understory shrubs, smaller trees that will also grow up to 20 feet or so to fill in that area as the larger trees, in some cases 36-inch cypress, 24-inch cypress and redwoods. They're also improving where there are redwoods that were planted that are surviving, providing irrigation to them and some better growing conditions. Of the last few years of drought, those trees they're healthy, but they're somewhat stunted for their age. we really come up with a comprehensive plan with multiple meetings with the neighbors. Those trees are planted today. I believe there's going to be one more on-site meeting with the neighbors and the landscape architect to confirm everything was planted where it was supposed to be. And at that point, it's all about monitoring just to make sure the trees survive.
So in summary, in response to the city's request, the school district came up with a plan, has been working diligently with the neighbors and the city to execute that plan, and they've either met or exceeded your expectations.
Yes, that's an accurate statement.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Benjamin. You're on mute, Jimmy.
I apologize. I'm back now. Had to do it. So, we're all adults here, and I've never been fond of browbeating, even when I was a kid, and I'm not about to engage in it now. I think that this is, under the circumstances, I'm going to support this project with the recommendation that came from staff. I acknowledge, and I want to emphasize that this is not about the trees. This project is not about the trees. However, in an effort to model good neighborliness, I would entreat the applicant to consider surprising and delighting the neighbors if they have some additional requests related to trees or related to unpermitted lights that could be resolved in an expeditious way. I think that would be, I see an opportunity for improved neighbor relations here, and I don't want to miss it. It's not part of this motion. And if it were, we'd lose the opportunity for it to get right. When it comes back to us, if this were supported by my colleagues, and we have that clean slate that Doug mentioned, and we don't see the kind of neighborliness that we're looking for, I'll be taking another look at those conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Benjamin. Vice Chair Polgar?
Thank you. I would echo Commissioner Benjamin's comments and regarding this project. I will say that I did not see when it came, I understand everything that we just discussed about the trees. I think so. With respect to the lights, I didn't see that there was anything about, it wasn't any clear in the attachments that we had that's actually been addressed. So that's one where I don't understand. Like, I mean, all that it's the memo from the school district mentions when it comes to lights is that there's been training, but there's nothing about addressing the fact that there's these lights that point horizontally. And so that I think is a lingering issue that I haven't. And so I guess I'm asking, has that actually been addressed? Or is that one that still is kind of an outstanding issue?
Well, I wonder if it's legitimate for us to discuss that. I welcome guidance from the city attorney's office.
Yeah, I was ready to pipe up here. The actual agenda item is, as I understand it, solely limited to the extension of the permit for the antenna. I believe that staff provided this additional background information because in anticipation that these issues were connected originally and there would be some community questions about it, but there is nothing on the agenda, as I understand it, that allows the Planning Commission to take any action on either the trees or the lighting. So Doug, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding.
Yes, that would be my non-lawyerly take on things. I would, if it reassures the commissioners, we are in contact with the school district frequently on all of those subjects. And like I said, there was a pretty substantial turnover in their staff where it was just hard to get things done for a while. They've got some very good people working there now, and a lot of progress has been made in the last several months. On the lights, just to clarify, the main stadium lights were approved. There were some other lights lower on the poles that are essentially for safety for people walking up and down the stairs in the stadiums. Those were not included in the plans that went to the Planning Commission. We've advised the school district those need to be turned off, or they need to submit an amended permit application with photometric analysis to review it. And they've been working with the lighting manufacturer to figure out what the options are, but we have not forgotten about it. We are moving forward.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Gorn?
Hi. So from what I can see, those conditions are pretty strong on this 2-year extension. I think that there's a reason that they need to be strong. The original 2 years was supposed to be time to do what they now want 2 years to do. And so there is a little bit of a disconnect there, but I think it's an important, I think we should continue it. And I think that the conditions you put in place are good. I would support it.
Yeah, I guess my view is that I echo what Commissioner Benjamin said very articulately, and it's unfortunate that this process brought us here today, but I applaud staff's work with the applicant and the school district to seek enforceable milestones. I think that must be what we insist on, and I think the ones that staff has recommended in this, I can't think of anything cleaner or more powerful than that. So I'm prepared to support staff's recommendation. Further, Commissioner Benjamin.
I'm sorry, I was prepared to make a motion. I'll defer to Vice Chair Polgar if she had other thoughts.
My only thought was with respect to when we review or at the point where the new location is being considered. I mean, I heard Mr. Contreras, I think it was, mention that they would be looking at the effects on the students and the faculty. I would also point out, because the location is next to the Half Moon Bay hockey rink where kids play hockey, they should, I mean, I'm assuming that would be part of it, but I was just noticing that that's another site that's located near, and I didn't hear that mentioned. So I was just gonna put that on the record.
Yeah, good to have that on the record. If there's no further discussion, I'll invite Commissioner Benjamin to make a motion.
Yeah, my final point of discussion is to agree with Commissioner Polgar and to reiterate that I'm looking forward to delighted neighbors when this comes back. Thank you, staff, for having the diligence, and welcome, Mr. Contreras. I look forward to establishing new milestones of collaborative relationships. I hope it's the first of many. I move the resolution next in order.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gorn.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Yes.
Vice Chair Polgar.
Yes.
And Chair Reddick.
Yes.
Motion approved 5-0.
Is everyone up for continuing right on to our next agenda item? Very good. It is an application for a coastal development permit to allow construction of a replacement water main under Pilarcitos Creek. And Doug, I think, are you speaking to us about this as well?
Yes, I am. Again, for the record, I'm Doug Garrison, Senior Planner for the City of Half Moon Bay. I'm the project planner on this item. A little bit of background. This is a type of sort of routine public works kind of projects, replacing old water lines that frequently even the coastal zone would be exempt from permitting requirements. We've been working closely with the water district since before COVID, actually probably 2019, on sort of working out the details of this project. And we did decide that because of the proximity to Pillarcitos Creek, and it was a public agency project, that a CDP was the appropriate avenue. This is an old water line, approximately 75 years old. It's one of only 2 north-south water lines. It provides water to, I believe it's about 40% of the city. And it's in danger of failing. It's at or past its design life. And, you know, one of the real concerns was if this were to fail, especially if it was underneath the creek or nearby, the emergency repairs would be very environmentally intrusive. I mean, it could involve, you know, driving a track hoe down in the creek to trench it out. So this was really the best approach. Just to make it clear, it's replacing a single 450-foot section of this existing pipeline. It's the same size pipe, does not increase the capacity, does not expand into new areas. Important feature, we're relying on horizontal directional drilling, greatly minimizes potential effects on the environment. Essentially, there's only 2 areas of ground disturbance, one of which will be in the Safeway parking lot, one over in Oak Avenue Park where they excavate small holes, and then they start drilling from the parking lot. The drill goes down in an arc and comes out in the park without going, no surface work in the creek or the riparian area at all. Other thing that's a little bit unusual about this, CCWD is the CEQA lead agency under state law. That's something both of the city and CCWD agreed on way back. And so they prepared the CEQA document as well as the biological report. I do have plans for the project, but I think they're a little bit hard to read. They're black line drawings on a white background. So I'll just kind of highlight the main points of the project here. This is a parking lot behind Safeway, pretty isolated. This is where they'll come in and set up, cut a hole in the asphalt, excavate, and then they'll start drilling. They'll go through and come out here in Oak Park. You can see this is between Oak Avenue and the footpath that runs along here. So it's pretty well separated from the riparian areas. Another thing to keep in mind when they do this horizontal drilling, once the borehole's in place, they have to assemble the pipeline. It comes in 20, 25 foot long sections. They have to assemble that into essentially one big long pipe and then feed it back down the hole, and it comes out over at Safeway. So they have to lay that pipe down, and where they're proposing is along Pillarcitos Avenue over on the far east side of it. That was a concern for us because Oak Avenue is a dead end. There are residences here. So this will be open to traffic the whole time, including for emergency vehicles. We consulted with the fire district. They want 20 feet clear to get their trucks in there, and CCWD is committed to that. I would note there will be some times when, you know, somebody pulls in a flatbed truck and has to unload the pipe sections where there could be some temporary delays on this, but they will have a traffic plan approved by the city engineer. And those would be just very short-term delays, and flagmen will keep it open as best as possible to keep people in and out of their houses. So, like I said, there's really just 2 drill bore pit areas. None of that is in the riparian area. It's in an asphalt parking lot and manicured lawn in a park. Staging, as I showed on the graphic, some of it will be in the Safeway parking lot. Some of it will be in Oak Avenue Park, and then the pipe lay down will be along Pillarcitos Avenue. They estimate this will be a 2-month project. They'll be working during standard daytime hours. As I mentioned, CCWD is the CEQA lead agency. They submitted a draft biological resource assessment to us. We had extensive comments on that. They revised their biological report based on those comments. We also forwarded to the Coastal Commission. They had some comments. Once it was revised per the city's requirements for biological reports, we forwarded it to outside resource agencies, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, California Fish and Wildlife, Army Corps of Engineers, the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and Coastal Commission. We, for a 45-day review, we got a few comments from Coastal Commission, no comments from the other agencies. They then prepared the initial study, mitigated negative declaration. Again, we reviewed the draft, had some comments. They sent it to the state clearinghouse, where they circulated to other agencies and interested parties for review. Also, it was sent directly to the city and Coastal Commission. Again, we had some comments on the CEQA document. It was amended to address our comments. City is satisfied with the adequacy of that document at this time. CCWD, their board adopted the initial study mitigated negative declaration on November 9th. As part of the coastal development permit process, this was addressed in detail in the staff report and the resolution. And given the hour, I'm just going to skim through this and we'll address any questions commissioners may have. But reviewed it for consistency with the general plan, our brand new local land use plan. It's my first opportunity to pull out all those great new policies and put them in a resolution. Got some help from Brittany and Jill on that. I think we're in pretty good shape. It's important to remember it's a necessary project to protect the integrity of what's really critical infrastructure, doesn't change system capacity. And through the project design, using the horizontal directional drilling, the avoidance measures, the mitigation measures that are included in the supporting documents, coastal resources will not be adversely affected by the project. So staff recommends approval of the coastal development permit based on the findings and evidence in the resolution. That concludes my presentation. I would note that we have representatives from the Water District here that are also, they may have a few words to say, and we're all prepared to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Garrison. Clarifying questions, I'll turn to Commissioner Benjamin first.
Thank you, Chair Reddick. So what is the expected lifetime of the replacement pipeline? Is it consistent with our SLP standards for infrastructure?
I'm going to defer to the engineers on that one.
Okay, I'll keep going. We'll make a list. Let's see. The existing pipeline is getting capped. Is that right? And that's
Yes.
not, that's the one that's under the Main Street Bridge, is that right?
No, this one is underground, underneath Hills Creek, go down by Strawflower. The one you're referring to was replaced a few years ago.
Exactly. It's the late hour. I remember that now. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, but the one that there is going to...
Very similar process that they used to replace that one is what's being used here.
Right. And the one that's going, that is the existing one is getting capped in a way that it doesn't end up becoming expansion capacity. It's done.
Yeah, that one will be abandoned in place. They cap it. Typically, you can check with CCWD. They normally fill it up with sand or concrete.
Yeah, exactly. Fill and cap.
Stabilize it. In this case, to remove it would just be such
horrendous
thing to do that's the best approach.
Fill and cap is that was what I wanted to clarify. Thank you. I was looking at the picture of the project's area on the north side, and I noticed that it's missing houses at the very end of Belleville. You may know, but if you do a Google Earth picture today, there are houses right next to that parking lot, which means they're going to be really close to where this work is, which means they're going to experience a lot of noise. Is there any project design changes that can address that concern?
If I could weigh in real quickly here through the chair. First, Commissioner Benjamin, I don't know if that was a clarifying question or a deliberation discussion.
Oh, thank you.
But also, I noticed it's 11:26, and I believe you continued the meeting until 11:30.
Motion to continue till midnight while I have the floor.
A second.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gorn.
Sure.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Yep.
Vice Chair Polgar.
Yes.
And Chair Ruddick.
Yes.
Go until midnight.
So let me try to rephrase and keep it in the Q&A in the information section. What is the closest home to the project on the north side?
As I measured it, it's probably 100 to 150 feet, depending on sort of if you go to where the actual drilling activity is, it's probably closer to 150. If you go to where there could be some trucks and equipment, it's closer to 100 feet.
I see. Okay. And there was a discussion about the frack out, and I was just trying to understand, have we ever had a frack out into the creek? Do we know what bad things happen and, how significant the risks are?
We had some, not in a creek so much, but on a SAM project where they were doing horizontal drilling to replace a sewer line, they had some frack outs.
Yuck.
And we had a local environmental firm, the city sent SWCA. They monitored the whole thing, wrote up the findings. There were no sort of permanent damage from that. Again, it's, I think people kind of have a knee-jerk reaction when they hear that word frack. And to be clear, this is sort of benign. It's water and bentonite clay as opposed to, sometimes people are thinking of like oil shale fracking where you're pumping under really high pressure some sort of explosive chemicals into the ground and blowing stuff up. So this would be, I don't know that experience on the SAM project is exactly, correlates well to what would happen here. I think Colaseos Creek is a more important water course as far as wildlife and that sort of thing.
Right.
There was a preliminary design report. It's included with, I believe it's an appendix in the biological report where they did a lot of geotechnical investigation to minimize the possibility of that. So they have, and CCWD can answer this better than me, but.
Yeah, I'm good. You've answered it for me. Thank you.
Okay.
No further questions.
Oh. Vice Chair Polder.
I had a clarifying question about the construction. Trying to understand, I gather that it's 2 months. I was trying to understand what part of that is that drilling that's occurring in the parking lot, because I gather that they're drilling from that side. And then so how long does that take? And then how long would the pipe that's lining Oak, I think it is, the road that where the staging is for that, how long will that pipe be out there? And will it block the public the sidewalk as well as the street, or is it just in the parking area of the street? Just trying to get a little understanding of that. So timing, and then also, when would the project be taking place? Is this like in the fall, or what's the time frame that the project has to occur within?
I'll defer to CCWD on all of those questions. They have engineers waiting to answer all your questions.
Well, if there are no further commissioners clarifying questions, let's invite the CCWD spokesperson to give us some responses, please.
Looks like Jonathan's available. He's going to unmute. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Hi, thank you. I'm Jonathan Sutter. I'm the engineer for the district, a consulting engineer for the district. I'm happy to answer all of the technical questions. I know that Mary Rogren, the GM for Coastside County Water District, is also in the meeting, and happy to speak to the how important this project is to the district. But I can respond directly to some of the questions. So I'll start from the last question, which was drilling duration. We estimate that, and this is all very similar to a project that was completed to replace the pipe on the Main Street Bridge in 2016. So that was a very similar construction method, same construction method. It was a larger pipe, but about the same distance, drilling distance. So a lot of these durations are based on that project and the experience that we've had in those soils and with very similar construction methods. So that project, for instance, the actual HDD installation from drilling the pilot hole. So the first step is drilling the pilot hole, and that took 2 working days. The next step is reaming the hole. So basically you have these reaming equipment that you stick at the end of the drill bit and you pull it back towards the drilling machine. And that took 3 days. And then the last stage, that took 4 days. And then the last part is the pullback, the pipe pullback. And that took 1 day. So in total, the HDD drilling installation took 7 days. And then that was a very similar length project, the length of the bore, and it was a bigger pipe. So I would expect the duration to be very similar for this project, similar soils. Let's see, the next question was on the laydown area for assembling the pipe. So that would be done while they're drilling the pilot bore and while they are reaming the hole to enlarge the borehole before pullback. So that would be, in the 5-day range, about a week, or maybe a little longer, where they would be assembling the pipe in that area. And the idea is that the pipe would be assembled in that parking area, but they might need to use some of the sidewalk, for personnel. But generally, that would be, if needed, people would be able to pass that way. but they may need that area for construction, but I think they can accommodate residents who are trying to travel along Pillarcitos Avenue. And as Doug mentioned, for frac outs, we performed there are a number of calculations that you can perform based on the geology that you're observing to predict the likelihood of frac outs, and you design your bore geometry in order to minimize those risks. And that's what we did in this case, and that's why we developed the depth that we're showing in our plans for the bore below the creek bed, so that we're avoiding the risk, or we're minimizing the risk of frac out in the riparian zone. I think we have our representative from WRA who can speak to the noise to residents, who WRA prepared the mitigated deck, and I think they're prepared to speak to that.
Doug, just one quick thing.
I'm sorry, just to grab the floor quickly before you go. The lifetime of the pipe.
Oh yes. So typically for HDPE pipe, people typically estimate it to be a 50-year lifespan, but in practice, if it's properly installed, you can reasonably expect it to last up to 100 years.
Thank you. Sorry, Rick.
No, I was just asking, Doug, can you put the satellite photo back up of the project site where they're going to put the pipe? While the next speaker can go, I just wanted to take a look at that while the conversation is going on. Thank you, Doug.
So speaking to the question of noise who's our next speaker?
John Bass.
Welcome, Mr. Bass.
Good evening, everybody. John Boss, Senior Environmental Planner with WRA, and I just wanted to make a few points about noise. And we did recognize in preparing the CEQA document that the location of drilling is relatively close to a couple houses on the Safeway side. And generally, the kind of construction equipment we're using would generate noise at the source up to 50 feet of about 85 decibels, but that noise would be reduced as it travels, approximately 100 feet to the location of the houses. It would also be reduced by any vegetation it encounters in its path or any fencing. There'd also be another bit of reduction if you're a resident inside your house as opposed to being out in your backyard. So with those considerations, the noise would be reduced probably about 10 decibels to 75 decibels. And we did disclose that level of noise in the CEQA document. And for a residential area, that's relatively loud noise. And recognizing that, we have tried to do some things with mitigation measures. We would limit construction only to weekdays between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. We would make sure construction equipment would have basically heavy-duty mufflers on them. And we would have basically a noise complaint line set up, with a contact to the district. So there are measures we're taking to try to minimize the impacts of some temporary loud noise that would occur as a result of the project. So those are the points I just want to make on noise.
Thank you. Commissioner Benjamin, do you have a follow-up question?
I do. Is your assessment of the distance to the nearest residence roughly 150 feet?
To be conservative, I would say 100 feet. And basically noise drops off by about 3 decibels as the distance doubles. And since all the noise estimates are based on 50 feet, you'd have a little bit of a drop off, right, as you went from 50 to 100.
I'm quite familiar with the sound measurements. Thank you. The sound also reflects off the back of the Safeway, right?
That's a hard source. So yes, that's correct. It would.
And there's okay. Staging area. I know that we've talked about the staging area on the Oaks, on Pillarcitos Avenue at the south end, although I admit to flinching every time I hear that because I live on a different segment of Pillarcitos Avenue. But on the north side, the staging is entirely within the parking lot behind the Safeway?
I will defer that to Jonathan and EKI. I think that's the case, but I think Jonathan might be able to confirm that.
Yeah, no, that's correct.
Yeah. No, thank you. I appreciate that. And do we know that the Safeway's asphalt is structured to handle the weight of the material that would be staged to do this work?
I mean, that specifically hasn't been looked at. We've assumed based on the trucks that travel in and out of that parking lot, that would be adequate to support the loads associated with the construction equipment.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Just going back to the staging site on Pilarcitos, can you just clarify, are you going to use the sidewalk as a staging area, or are you also going to use the street as a staging area?
Yeah, I think we have shown both the sidewalk and the eastern portion of the street as a staging area.
And so are you also going to obstruct the Naomi Patridge Trail along there? Are you going to block access to the bridge?
No, we've shown in the plans that the access to the bridge and the trail along the northern side of the park has to be maintained at all times during construction, except when they're pulling the pipe back, which will occur over one day essentially.
And so the plan would be the people who live in that neighborhood who park there at night wouldn't be able to use that parking for the duration of the project.
Yeah, that's correct. At least while they're installing the bore, which we're estimating to be about 2 weeks, while they're mowed for that portion of the project.
Okay.
Any further clarifying questions? If not, we'll look and see if any members of the public would like to comment on this item on the agenda. I think all the attendees have already accounted for, but if any members of the public would like to comment, please raise your virtual hand now. Well, seeing none, I won't open. Oh, yeah, we do have a hand.
Mary Rogan from CCWD.
Welcome, Mary.
Thank you, and honorable chair and commissioners. And I know it's late, so I'll be quick. But I want to thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. This replacement of this water line is a high priority infrastructure project for the district, and it's one that really keeps our staff awake at night. This water line is one of 2 redundant potable water pipelines that serve the southern portion of Half Moon Bay, including downtown. And if this pipeline were to fail, the potable water system would lose significant amounts of water and experience reduced fire flows to the south of town until it was replaced. And again, if we could significant leak could cause significant environmental damage. So we greatly appreciate you today considering this proposed CDP for this very important project. So thank you.
Well, thank you for your comments. I will close the public hearing and invite Commissioner deliberation, starting with Commissioner Benjamin.
Yeah, thank you. So Jill, I sent a copy of a Google Earth picture earlier today. I don't know if you got it or if it could get popped up onto the screen, but the essence is it's the same image of the parking lot behind Safeway and the adjacent homes, except the missing home that's like right next to the Safeway parking lot area that they're going to use is actually, if you go to Google Earth, I'm guessing that Commissioner Hernandez may have already done that. It's really close. I don't know how you can get 100 feet out of it. I get maybe 25 or 30 feet out of it at the outside. And I'm sure there was no duplicity here. It's just an honest mistake, an older picture. But that neighbor is going to experience some serious noise. I looked at the noise element in the noise ordinance, and there's an exclusion in the noise ordinance that says if it's for public health, they get a pass. It's not considered obnoxious or whatever the right term is. So from a point of view of enforcement through the noise ordinance, I don't think that we're going to, that the project gets hit. But I've got to say that the ordinary health and welfare of that individual or the people who live in that house could really get hurt. I would look at Google Earth. Oh yeah, okay, that's a pretty good shot.
Let me speak to this graphic so you know what you're looking at. So this is Safeway. I believe this is the closest house. I don't have the overlay on this map of the exact location of the drilling site, but I thought it was roughly over here, and I can go back and look at it. Doug would know better. But this is to scale measurement. This is the city's GIS tool. So this is 110 feet from the back of this house to.
And if that's where the drill is, that's fine. But the little outlay I thought I saw had the staging area going really close to that house boundary. Maybe I misread it.
We'll go ahead and Doug, do you have that in your, or Bridget, you have that in the PowerPoint?
Doug has it.
So I infer that little dark rectangle is the area where noises are going to be made. Maybe I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the project engineer can describe in more detail what would be going on in that black square. This cross is sort of ground zero where the drilling would take place. And that's what I was referring to, which is more on the 150 foot or so range. I think where Jill was measuring from was more like in here, which was 100 feet.
Yeah,
kind of depends on where you measured.
My goal here is not to split hairs, is to recognize that there's going to be a meaningful impact, whether it's the truck that's driving the material from one corner or not. If there's a way that we can influence the project to reduce those impacts, or at least to make sure that the person who's living there, if they're going to be experiencing vibration or whatever it is out of this project, I would hate for the city and the water district to just leave them high and dry. That's a really bad mixture of metaphors, isn't it? But you get the idea.
Well, I think to Commissioner Benjamin's point, I think it'd be great if the project team can take special consideration for that neighbor, and if we could also just provide, advance notification to them that, hey, it's going to be noisy. It is 150 or so feet away from where you're at, but heads up, maybe you want to get out of town or move your bed somewhere for a week because we're going to be here for 2 weeks. So I think just working with the neighbor would be a recommendation.
Maybe you want to inventory the state of your house to make sure vibration hasn't damaged anything.
Good point.
Matt, I have a question following on this, just to clarify that the same type of noise would not be produced at the other end of the project.
It's Jonathan Sutter, the engineer. That the bulk of the noise for the HDD installation will be from the drilling equipment. So it will be drill itself, and it will be located right behind the cross on the northern side of the crossing. So I know that WRA and their ISM&D, their mitigation for the noise included notification, advanced notification. So that's definitely in there, and will be done. And part of the consideration for the design was which side to drill from, and part of that consideration was an attempt to minimize disturbance to residents. So if the drill rig were to be located on the other side of the creek, there would be many more of the houses along Oak Avenue where we feel the disturbance would be even greater.
I guess that's a good point. Other deliberations? Time for a motion? Commissioner Benjamin.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and I'll make a motion, but I should say also, staff, question to staff, is it clear that both of the staging areas have to be restored to at least to their existing condition?
Yes.
Okay.
As part of their encroachment permit on the city property, that will be, they're not going to get the encroachment permit without a plan to restore the park area and any damage to the road and sidewalks. There are conditions in the resolution that address that. Similarly, the damage on the Safeway side is going to be limited to the asphalt area, and straw flower is going to make them, they're not going to let them leave a hole in the parking lot.
Okay.
So we're pretty comfortable with this.
Okay, I understand. I am truly concerned about that neighbor. I understand that it's that this is a beneficial project. It's important for health and safety. It gets a pass from the noise ordinance, and I can see that. But I'm really concerned about the impact that this project is going to have on that neighbor. If there are baffles that can be put up that would, heavy baffles that would reflect the noise away, or, I have no idea what's possible. But I hope that the district will use every creative solution they can to give them an alternative other than calling to complain and being told, thank you, we can't help it. With the best of intentions, we can't help it. I move the resolution next in order.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Polgar.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gorn.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Yes.
Vice Chair Polgar.
Yes.
And Chair Reddick.
Yes.
Motion approved 5-0.
Can I just make one note? I hope the city goes to great lengths to notify the neighbors on Pilarcitos that they're not going to have parking. There's a very strong working community there, and bilingual notifications put well in advance would be greatly appreciated. Nobody wants to come home and find from a long day of a night shift and find that they don't have a place to park their car. So if the city could just work to make sure that neighborhood is properly notified.
Yes, thank you. Good points. Our next item on our agenda is the Director Ikas's report. I wonder if we have 6 minutes until midnight. Do we need another? No, you're Jill saying she's going to go very fast.
If you have commission reports, you might need time. I'm just going to note we'll see you on January 14th. You continued an item to that meeting. We're also hoping for a new parklet project for the Barterra Victoria businesses on Main Street. And there's so many other interesting updates, and we can just wait until January and staff wishes what happened the year. You saw Brittany's last meeting with you. She's moving on to the Coastal Commission. We also just learned that we lost our Coastal Commission planner, so they have staff changes as well. So it's all very much in transition, and yet it's okay. So happy to see you tonight. Thanks for working so hard.
Well, thank you for those kind words. I'm sure that everyone on the commission wishes the same good wishes to everyone on staff. Mm-hmm. Any commissioners wish to make communications?
I just wanted to clarify, Jill had mentioned January 14th. It's January 11th that our next meeting is. I did the same thing earlier, so I just wanted to make sure our dates. Today's the 14th, but our next
Thank you.
January 11th. It's really late, so I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Benjamin.
Yes, Bridget and Jill just did that to make me look good from earlier when you were off the set. I just wanted to report how grateful I am for your leadership this year. Thank you very much, Chair Rutter.
Yeah.
Well, you are too kind. I learned from the best. Vice Chair Polgar.
I just wanted to say how much grateful. I know that Brittany is not on anymore on the call right now, but I just wanted to express my gratitude for all of her wonderful work and say that she will be missed. But I am excited for her because it seems like this is a really neat opportunity that she's excited about. So just wanted to say that. And I wish I'd said it earlier while she was here, but just wanted to express that to everybody.
Yes, it was always a pleasure working with Ms. Cozzolino. Clear thinking and clear communications and a very positive force at City Hall, but you can't begrudge her this opportunity. She'll have to watch this recording now.
Yep.
Any other communications? Any desire to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Commissioner Benjamin seconds it.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gorn.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye.
Vice Chair Polgar.
Yes.
And Chair Reddick.
Yes.
Adjourned.
Adjourned.
Good night, everybody.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Be safe.
See you next year, everyone.